Mysterious black triangle-shaped object seen hovering above Michigan. On November 12, 2024, residents of Byron Center and Wyoming, Michigan, were treated to an extraordinary and unexplained phenomenon: a massive, black, triangle-shaped object hovering silently in the sky during daylight hours. Reports began flooding social media shortly after noon as witnesses shared images, videos, and personal accounts of the mysterious craft. Unlike most UFO sightings, which often occur under the cover of night, this incident unfolded in clear daylight, leaving little room for misinterpretation or dismissed sightings. The object's silent hovering, immense size, and lack of visible propulsion captivated the public and fueled speculation, making it one of the most discussed UFO sightings of the year. Eyewitnesses described the black triangle as massive, with an estimated size larger than a car, and adding that it had a smooth, matte black surface that seemed to absorb sunlight, giving it an eerie, unworldly appearance. Unlike conventional aircraft, the object emitted no sound, remaining completely silent even as it hovered at a relatively low altitude. One resident of Byron Center, Mark Stevens, described the sighting on social media, saying that it was the most surreal thing they have ever seen. The craft remained stationary for approximately 20 minutes, during which time hundreds of locals observed it. The incident quickly gained traction on social media, and users debated its origin, with theories ranging from advanced military technology to advanced visitation. The Byron Center and Wyoming sighting fits a pattern of black triangle UFO reports that have been documented for decades. These sightings often describe large, triangular objects with three lights at their corners, hovering silently or moving at incredible speeds. What sets the Michigan sighting apart is its occurrence during the daytime. Daytime UFO sightings are less common and more difficult to dismiss, as the visibility allows for clearer observations and higher quality recordings. The Byron Center object's appearance in broad daylight lends credibility to the eyewitness accounts and suggests an intentional presence rather than an accidental appearance. Theories about the black triangle's origin abound, but no definitive explanation has been offered. One of the most popular theories is that the object is part of a classified military program. Allegedly developed by the US military, this aircraft is said to utilize advanced propulsion technology, including anti-gravity systems, allowing it to hover silently and move at extraordinary speeds. However, the military has never confirmed the existence of such a craft, and skeptics argue that testing it over populated areas in broad daylight would be highly unlikely. Despite the widespread attention the sighting received, government agencies and mainstream media were conspicuously silent about the event. The Federal Aviation Administration reported no unusual activity in the area at the time of the sighting, and local authorities offered no comment. This lack of official acknowledgement has only deepened public curiosity and suspicion. The Byron Center Black Triangle sighting has reignited public interest in UFOs and the possibility of advanced, unexplained technologies. For many, the event serves as a reminder of how little we truly know about our skies and the potential for discoveries that challenge our understanding of science and technology. Trees planted on top of alleged pyramids in China. In the heart of Anlong County, nestled in the lush landscape of southwest China's Guizhou province, lies a series of pyramidal structures that have captivated archaeologists, historians, and enthusiasts alike. These mysterious formations, often compared to other ancient pyramid sites worldwide, have fueled a mix of scientific curiosity and public speculation. While their exact origins and purpose remain uncertain, the structures have recently drawn attention for an unexpected reason: reports that local officials are planting trees on and around the pyramids. This unusual activity has led some to suggest a deliberate attempt to obscure or cover up these discoveries, adding another layer of intrigue to the story of the Anlong Pyramids. The pyramidal structures of Anlong County are impressive for their sheer size and geometry. Rising from the earth in a region known for its karst landscapes, these formations resemble ancient architectural marvels found in civilizations such as Egypt and Mesoamerica. Local folklore has long associated these formations with ancient builders, fueling theories that they are man-made rather than natural geological features. Preliminary studies have indicated that the pyramids are composed of sedimentary rock and are aligned in ways that suggest intentional design. Some researchers have speculated that these formations could be remnants of an ancient and long-forgotten civilization, possibly older than China's recorded history. While there is no definitive evidence to support these claims, the regularity of their shape and their alignment with celestial patterns have kept the debate alive. In recent years, observers have noticed an unusual development: the systematic planting of trees atop and around the pyramidal structures. While reforestation is a common practice in China, aimed at combating deforestation and soil erosion, the specific focus on these structures has raised eyebrows. The dense planting of trees appears to obscure the view of the formations, making it harder for researchers and the public to study or even access them. This activity has sparked a wave of speculation online and among local communities. Some argue that tree planting is a routine ecological initiative with no ulterior motive. However, others believe it is a deliberate attempt by authorities to hide the pyramids from further scrutiny, possibly to prevent public fascination from spiraling into controversy or to protect sensitive information about the site. The idea of a government cover-up is not without precedent, as China has a history of tightly controlling information about archaeological finds, especially those that could challenge conventional narratives of history. For instance, the famous Terracotta Army and other ancient tombs have been strictly regulated, with only select areas opened for public or academic access. One theory suggests that the Anlong pyramids might hold evidence of a previously unknown civilization, which could potentially rewrite significant portions of Chinese or even global history. The planting of trees could be an attempt to delay excavation and research until officials can better control the narrative or assess the implications of the discoveries. Another possibility is that the pyramids have cultural or religious significance tied to local or minority groups in the region. If so, authorities may wish to downplay the structure's importance to avoid rekindling disputes or claims over cultural heritage. The planting of trees has not gone unnoticed by locals and international enthusiasts. Several amateur researchers and tourists who have visited the area have documented the changing landscape around the pyramids. Some researchers have expressed frustration, noting that tree roots could potentially damage any underlying structures, complicating future research. Others argue that even if the pyramids are natural formations, the planting of trees could make geological studies more challenging. In both cases, the addition of vegetation has made it harder to discern the true nature of the formations. Meanwhile, some report that the site may hold evidence of involvement by previous advanced civilizations that lived in the area thousands of years ago, citing similarities between the Anlong pyramids and other ancient pyramid structures worldwide. While such theories are largely dismissed by the scientific community, they reflect the public's fascination with the unexplained and the enduring allure of ancient mysteries. For now, the true nature of the Anlong pyramids and the motivation behind the tree planting remain unclear. The lack of transparency from local authorities has only deepened the mystery, leaving the public and researchers to speculate. Greater openness and collaboration with international experts could help shed light on the formations and ensure that any historical or cultural significance is preserved. The Anlong pyramids, whether natural or man-made, represent an opportunity to deepen our understanding of history and the human past. If they are indeed artificial, they could offer insights into ancient engineering, culture, and cosmology. Even if they are natural formations, they are a fascinating part of the region's geology and deserve study and appreciation. Nazca mummies found with gold embedded inside the bone. The Nazca mummies, a collection of mysterious skeletal remains unearthed in Peru, have captivated archaeologists and the public alike with their peculiar features and uncertain origins. First revealed in 2017, these mummies are characterized by their elongated skulls, three-fingered hands, and slender humanoid shapes, sparking debate over their authenticity and significance. In a recent and remarkable development, researchers analyzing these remains discovered traces of gold inlay within the bones of the mummies. This extraordinary finding adds another layer of intrigue to the ongoing investigation, prompting questions about the mummies' purpose, cultural significance, and potential technological advancements of the civilization that created them. The mummies were reportedly discovered in the Nazca region of Peru, an area already famous for its ancient geoglyphs known as the Nazca lines. Unlike the natural human remains found in other archaeological contexts, these specimens exhibit unusual anatomical features, including abnormally long fingers and disproportionate limb lengths. Critics initially dismissed the mummies as elaborate hoaxes, but subsequent analyses have revealed their organic origins, reigniting debate over their authenticity and cultural context. The discovery of gold inlay within the bones of the Nazca mummies is perhaps the most intriguing development in their study. Using advanced imaging techniques such as X-ray fluorescence and scanning electron microscopy, researchers identified microscopic traces of gold embedded in the bone structure. These gold deposits appear to have been intentionally applied, suggesting a level of technological sophistication and purposeful modification. Gold has long held symbolic and ritualistic importance in ancient cultures, often associated with immortality, divine connection, and purity. Its use in the Nazca mummies raises significant questions about the cultural practices of the people who created them. Was the gold inlay a form of ceremonial embellishment, a medical treatment, or something entirely different? The precise methods and reasons for this practice remain unknown, but the discovery challenges conventional understandings of ancient Peruvian civilizations. The presence of gold inlay within the mummy's bones suggests a level of technological advancement previously unassociated with pre-Columbian cultures in the region. Gold inlay requires precision techniques, including the preparation of the bone surface, the application of gold leaf or particles, and methods to ensure its adhesion. The ability to perform such intricate modifications raises the possibility that the civilization responsible for the mummies possessed advanced metallurgical and medical knowledge. One hypothesis posits that the gold inlay may have been part of a ritualistic process, possibly aimed at preserving the mummies or imbuing them with spiritual significance. Alternatively, some researchers suggest that the practice could have had a therapeutic purpose, potentially used to treat injuries or ailments. If true, this would indicate an early understanding of bioengineering principles, blending functional and symbolic elements in a way that defies typical archaeological assumptions about ancient technology. Gold has long been revered in Andean cultures, often used in sacred objects, ceremonial tools, and burial artifacts. Its association with divinity and the afterlife makes its presence in the Nazca mummies particularly intriguing. The gold inlay might have symbolized a connection to the gods, a marker of status, or an attempt to preserve the mummy's spiritual essence for eternity. The Nazca civilization is known for its elaborate rituals, including burial practices that often involved mummification and grave goods designed to accompany the deceased into the afterlife. The mummy's unconventional anatomy, combined with the addition of gold inlay, suggests they may have held a unique role in Nazca society, perhaps as spiritual figures, ritual offerings, or symbolic representations of cosmic forces. The discovery of gold inlay has reinvigorated public fascination with the Nazca mummies, but it has also deepened divisions within the scientific community. Proponents of the mummies' authenticity emphasize the need for further research, including radiocarbon dating, DNA analysis, and metallurgical studies to establish their origins and cultural significance. The discovery of gold inlay has opened new avenues of inquiry, but it has also underscored the challenges of studying such anomalous artifacts. The Nazca mummies, with their unusual anatomy and gold inlay, challenge conventional narratives about ancient civilizations and their capabilities. If proven authentic, the mummies could redefine understandings of pre-Columbian technology, spirituality, and cultural complexity. The presence of gold inlay suggests that ancient peoples may have experimented with practices that blurred the boundaries between medicine, art, and religion, revealing a depth of innovation previously unrecognized in the archaeological record. The mystery of the Hall of Records. The Hall of Records is one of the most captivating mysteries in the world of archaeology and ancient history. Purported to be an ancient library hidden beneath the Great Sphinx of Giza in Egypt, this mysterious repository is said to house invaluable knowledge from a lost civilization, potentially even predating ancient Egypt itself. While no definitive evidence of its existence has ever been found, the legend of the Hall of Records continues to inspire fascination, debate, and exploration. The possibility of its existence opens questions about human history, the origins of civilization, and the legacy of ancient knowledge. The concept of the Hall of Records has roots in both ancient and modern traditions. Ancient Egyptian mythology and symbolism have long emphasized the significance of hidden wisdom and sacred texts. Many researchers link the idea of the Hall of Records to Thoth, the Egyptian god of writing, knowledge, and wisdom. According to legend, Thoth recorded humanity's knowledge on sacred scrolls and hid them in a secure location to protect them from destruction and misuse. The Great Sphinx of Giza, one of the most iconic monuments of ancient Egypt, is central to the mystery of the Hall of Records. Carved from a single limestone outcrop, the Sphinx is thought to have been constructed during the reign of Pharaoh Khafra around 2500 BCE. However, some researchers argue that the monument may be far older, citing geological evidence of water erosion on the Sphinx's body as indicative of exposure to heavy rainfall, which would place its construction in a much earlier period. The Sphinx has long been associated with mysteries and hidden knowledge. Its mysterious appearance, a lion's body with a human head, symbolizes strength, wisdom, and guardianship. The suggestion that the Sphinx guards a secret chamber or ancient library beneath its massive paws has intrigued explorers and archaeologists for centuries. Efforts to uncover the Hall of Records have included both speculative explorations and serious scientific investigations. In the 1990s, researchers conducted ground-penetrating radar surveys around the Sphinx. These surveys detected anomalies beneath the monument, including voids and cavities that some interpreted as possible hidden chambers. One notable expedition, led by geophysicist Thomas de Becke and seismologist Thomas L. Schoch, revealed subsurface features that resembled tunnels or chambers beneath the Sphinx's left paw. Some researchers and historians believe that evidence supporting the existence of this mysterious repository beneath the Great Sphinx of Giza has been intentionally suppressed. These claims center on the idea that discovering such a hall, if it indeed exists, could challenge mainstream narratives about human history and the development of civilization. One of the primary arguments for a potential cover-up is the highly restricted access to archaeological sites around the Great Sphinx. The Giza Plateau is tightly controlled by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities, and only approved researchers can conduct excavations or surveys in the area. Critics argue that this level of control prevents independent investigators from fully exploring the anomalies detected beneath the Sphinx through ground-penetrating radar and seismic surveys. Those who believe in a cover-up argue that the discovery of the Hall of Records would be too disruptive to established historical narratives. If the hall contains ancient texts or artifacts predating the known Egyptian civilization, it could suggest the existence of a highly advanced prehistoric culture. Such a revelation would challenge the conventional timeline of human history and could undermine centuries of archaeological and historical scholarship. Additionally, the potential technological or philosophical knowledge within the hall might have profound implications for modern society. If the hall contained evidence of lost technologies or advanced scientific principles, it could revolutionize fields ranging from engineering to cosmology. Critics speculate that such knowledge could be seen as too powerful or destabilizing for governments and institutions to release freely. Another dimension of the alleged cover-up involves the political and cultural stakes associated with Egypt's archaeological heritage. The Great Sphinx and the Giza Plateau are not only historical landmarks, but also symbols of national pride and identity. Some theorists argue that Egyptian authorities may be reluctant to acknowledge discoveries that could shift focus away from their own historical legacy, particularly if those discoveries imply external influences or predating cultures. Furthermore, alternative researchers claim that international organizations and elite groups might have a vested interest in suppressing knowledge of the Hall of Records. Despite the allegations of a cover-up, mainstream archaeologists argue that the lack of evidence for the Hall of Records simply reflects the absence of physical proof. While anomalies have been detected near the Sphinx, they insist that these could easily be natural formations or features related to the construction and erosion of the monument. The mystery of Havana Syndrome. Havana Syndrome, a perplexing and controversial condition, first emerged in late 2016 when US and Canadian diplomats stationed in Havana, Cuba, reported a range of troubling symptoms. These included headaches, dizziness, nausea, memory loss, hearing anomalies, and cognitive difficulties. Initially dismissed as psychological stress or mass hysteria, the condition has since been reported in dozens of locations worldwide, affecting diplomats, intelligence officers, and military personnel. Despite extensive investigations, the exact cause of Havana Syndrome remains elusive, leading to widespread speculation about its origins and implications. The syndrome derives its name from the Cuban capital, where the first cases were reported. In late 2016, US Embassy staff began experiencing unexplained health issues after allegedly hearing strange, high-pitched sounds or feeling pressure in their ears. Some reported symptoms were immediate, while others developed over time. Medical examinations revealed evidence of brain injuries in some affected individuals, including symptoms similar to concussion without any physical trauma. Initial investigations by US officials suggested that the incidents might be the result of deliberate attacks. Suspicions fell on the Cuban government or other foreign adversaries, given the sensitive nature of diplomatic posts and the political tensions between Cuba and the United States. However, Cuban officials denied any involvement and cooperated with investigations, which failed to uncover definitive proof of foul play. Since the initial reports in Havana, cases of similar symptoms have been reported in locations such as China, Russia, Austria, and even the United States. By 2021, hundreds of cases had been documented among US government employees and their families. The global spread heightened concerns about Havana Syndrome being a targeted attack on American and Allied personnel, potentially using advanced unknown technologies. Some incidents occurred in high-security areas, such as near the White House, sparking fears about the vulnerability of even the most protected individuals. The persistence and geographical spread of cases have prompted governments to take the phenomenon seriously, dedicating resources to research, support for affected individuals, and preventive measures. The exact cause of Havana Syndrome remains a subject of intense debate, with theories ranging from plausible to far-fetched. One of the leading theories is that the symptoms are caused by directed energy weapons, specifically pulsed microwave radiation. A 2020 report by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering and Medicine supported the possibility that directed microwave energy could explain the symptoms experienced by affected individuals. This theory aligns with the auditory and neurological effects reported, as microwave energy can create sensations of sound without external noise. Another theory posits that Havana Syndrome may result from sonic attacks using infrasound or ultrasound devices. However, skeptics argue that sonic weapons are unlikely to cause the specific brain injuries observed in some cases. Some researchers suggest a psychological explanation, proposing that the symptoms could result from mass psychogenic illness, also known as mass hysteria. They point to the high-stress environments in which diplomats and intelligence officers work as a possible trigger for psychosomatic symptoms. However, this explanation has faced criticism, particularly in light of the physical evidence of brain changes found in medical imaging of some victims. Other theories include exposure to environmental toxins, such as pesticides, or accidental interference from surveillance equipment. However, these explanations have not gained widespread acceptance due to inconsistencies in symptoms and lack of corroborating evidence. Havana Syndrome has had profound effects on those who report experiencing it. Many victims describe debilitating symptoms that have disrupted their lives and careers. Persistent cognitive difficulties, such as memory loss and concentration issues, have rendered some individuals unable to return to work. Others have reported chronic pain, hearing loss, and emotional distress, adding to the toll of the mysterious condition. The lack of a clear diagnosis or treatment has further compounded the challenges for victims. Many have expressed frustration with what they perceive as inadequate support from their employers and governments. In response, the US government has implemented measures to provide financial assistance and medical care for affected personnel, but the uncertainty surrounding the condition continues to weigh heavily on victims and their families. Havana Syndrome has also become a significant geopolitical issue, straining relations between countries. While the Cuban government was initially suspected of involvement, no evidence has emerged to implicate them. As cases have spread globally, the focus has shifted to other state actors, particularly Russia, given its history of developing and deploying advanced surveillance and disruptive technologies. The lack of definitive proof has made it difficult for governments to take decisive action. However, the US has treated the incidents as a serious threat, conducting extensive investigations and raising the issue in diplomatic discussions. Some critics argue that the focus on Havana Syndrome has further inflamed tensions between global powers, potentially exacerbating existing rivalries. The mystery of Havana Syndrome raises broader questions about emerging technologies and their potential misuse. If the condition is caused by directed energy weapons, it would represent a new frontier in covert warfare, with significant implications for national security and international relations. The man who knew the original photographers who took the Calvine image revealed that they were interrogated and then mysteriously vanished. The most significant UFO discovery occurred in 2022, when news outlets managed to locate and release a strange UFO photo from the Calvine incident, which was scheduled for release on January 1, 2072. One of the most talked about examples in the UAP community is the Calvine UFO sighting in 1990. The co-worker of the two British photographers who saw and took this iconic UFO shot has finally come forward with an even stranger story after several decades. Many UFO photos and films may be found online, and some of them are reliable. Nevertheless, one image that was sent to the UK's Defence Ministry is thought to be the most amazing UFO image. Nevertheless, for some reason, it had vanished. A 100-foot diamond-shaped flying saucer is seen in the picture, hovering over the Scottish Highlands settlement of Calvine. The image was captured in 1990 and was labelled by many insiders as one of the clearest photographs that we have of a UFO. In addition to discovering the original Calvine UFO print, which was taken straight from the negatives, Vinnie Adams of UAP Media UK revealed that his team also located the original envelope that was sent from the Scottish Daily Record to Craig Lindsay, the Ministry of Defence press officer in charge of the case at the time. The latest development in the Calvine incident has been covered by Mail Online. For the first time in 34 years, retired chef Richard Grieve, who was 21 at the time of the occurrence, discussed that mysterious night in 1990, according to Dr. David Clarke, a research fellow and journalism lecturer at Sheffield Hallam University. A group of teenage chefs in Pitlochry, Scotland, took a break outside their hotel kitchen on a stormy, dark night. Usually they shared drinks and joked, but tonight was different. While trekking in Calvine a few nights prior, two chefs were discussing excitedly about sighting a gigantic, diamond-shaped object hovering silently in the sky. They presented a newspaper with the pictures they had taken. A dark sedan pulled up, and two men in black suits got out, calling the two chefs by name as they talked about their experience. They told the remainder of the group to return inside, and they took the chefs away for a private discussion. Following their encounter with the individuals claiming to be from the Royal Navy, Richard said that the two chefs were extremely rattled. The chefs' behavior drastically changed after the experience, and they eventually quit their positions because they felt like they were being followed. They were never seen by Richard again. According to Dr. David Clarke, the mystery surrounding the photos shot by two cooks on that night and the Calvine incident had captivated him for more than 15 years. From the Scottish Highlands to the shadowy depths of the US Pentagon, his quest for the truth has taken him everywhere. When the UK Ministry of Defence shut down its UFO desk and made thousands of papers public in 2009, Dr. Clarke first learnt about the story. He discovered the extensively redacted Calvine file among these files, which included a shoddy photocopy of the chef's picture. Dr. Clarke eventually located the original photograph at the residence of Craig Lindsay, a former RAF press officer, following years of ongoing research with other specialists. For 32 years, Lindsay had concealed the picture on a bookcase. Lindsay, who was in his 80s at the time, disclosed that he had been waiting for someone to inquire about the picture for almost 30 years when Dr. Clarke reached out to him in 2022. The Daily Mail released this Calvine UFO image in 2022. UFO enthusiasts have been emailing Dr. Clarke with their hypotheses and requests for more information regarding the object in the picture. Some people think that Royal Air Force fighters intercepted an advanced spacecraft. Some speculate that it could be a top-secret US military project utilizing cutting-edge technology, such as Aurora, which is renowned for its stealth qualities, or the Hopeless Diamond. Dr. Clarke has been unable to get in touch with the two persons who took the picture in spite of all of this attention. In 1990, Richard Grieve, who worked as a chef at a hotel in Pitlochry, said the males appeared to have vanished. The photo print's reverse side bore the name Kevin Russell. Lindsay received the picture from the Daily Record newspaper. After faxing the picture to the Ministry of Defense, Lindsay attempted to reach the photographer at the number the newspaper had given. However, no other information on them could be found. The chefs who took the picture claimed to have seen a military Harrier jet circle the UFO and fly beneath it. They further claimed that the UFO silently soared into the sky. After summarizing this account, Lindsay forwarded it to the Ministry of Defense, who instructed him to leave it to their London office. For 18 months, Dr. Clark and a film crew have been searching for Kevin Russell, the photographer of a contentious image. Although 140 people with the name Kevin Russell were located, none of them acknowledged taking the picture. The moniker might be a hoax, or the actual photographer may still be too afraid to come forward. According to Richard Grieve, they would not have made up the narrative since they were actually afraid. One chef delivered the developed photographs to the Daily Record newspaper in Glasgow by bus. A dark, mysterious automobile soon followed. Richard was told by one chef that it was the Americans, implying that the United States was involved. Information on the photographs is not being made public by the Ministry of Defense, which claims that all other records were destroyed or forwarded to the National Archives and that the pictures were given back to the newspaper. A second jet in the distance was discovered through analysis of one of the missing photographs, according to the MOD file, further reducing the likelihood of a hoax. The US and UK government agencies analysed the photos at least 3 times. Although no Harriers were known to be flying in Scotland that night, a 1990 briefing for Defence Minister Ken Carlisle concluded that the jet in the picture was probably a Harrier. The specialists were unable to identify the diamond-shaped object with certainty. The Daily Record never ran the pictures, even though they were ready for a story. Former newspaper news editor Malcolm Speed remembers seeing the images and being shocked that they weren't published, particularly after learning from picture editor Andy Allen that the RAF claimed they were fakes. Malcolm Speed wondered if Andy Allen, who passed away in 2007, was duped by the RAF because he was unable to give his account. Dr. Clark pointed out that the sighting occurred on August 4, 1990, which was also the beginning of the Gulf War. This stealth fighter, which had been in development for years and looked like the item pictured in Scotland, was one of the many resources the US military was mobilizing. Since then, the US government has acknowledged operating prototype aircraft that resembled unidentified flying objects, including hovering triangle-shaped aircraft. One of these prototypes may have been the Calvine UFO. According to a recent assessment from the US Department of Defense's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, a large number of UFO encounters were apparently misinterpreted as extremely sensitive national security projects. Understanding the importance of diverse viewpoints in this discussion is crucial. What exactly was the strange object seen over Calvine that summer evening in 1990? And why, in spite of the 30-year rule on such information, does the military want some case-related files to stay under seal until well into the 2070s if the object was nothing? It is definitely cause for suspicion, even though the National Archives maintain that only the names of people engaged are governed by this policy. For example, we would believe that 30 years later, if the thing was just an experimental aircraft, it would be safe to reveal its specifications to the public. The Calvine UFO picture and the circumstances surrounding it have taken several turns, which only serves to highlight how muddled the field of UFO study is in reality. As of this writing, searches are ongoing for Russell and the other witnesses to the events. Should they choose to come forward, the Calvine UFO photo has the potential to be among the most significant pieces of evidence in the history of UFO research. Without a doubt, it still holds true now, just as it did when it was originally taken more than 30 years ago. The mystery of the Jameson family. The disappearance of the Jameson family from Eufaula, Oklahoma, remains one of the most perplexing mysteries in recent American history. On October 8, 2009, Bobby, Sherilyn, and their 6-year-old daughter Madison seemingly vanished without a trace. Though their remains were discovered 4 years later, the circumstances surrounding their disappearance and deaths continue to baffle investigators and fuel speculation. With chilling clues left behind and no definitive answers, the Jameson case has captivated and haunted true crime enthusiasts for over a decade. The Jameson family's truck was located in Latimer County, around an hour's drive from their residence. The family had recently visited the area to purchase 40 acres of land, intending to reside in a storage shed they already possessed. However, the items found within the truck suggested that the couple had not intended to be away for an extended period. Inside, authorities discovered their identification cards, wallets, mobile phones, Sherilyn's pocketbook, and the family dog, which was undernourished yet still alive in the truck's back seat. They additionally discovered approximately $32,000 in currency. At the time of their disappearance, both Bobby Dale and Sherilyn were receiving disability benefits, and the source of the substantial amount, or their intended use for it, remains unclear. Investigators hypothesized that substances might have had a role in the disappearance, and that the substantial sum of cash was indicative of the couple's involvement in drug transactions, either purchasing or selling substances. However, they were unable to elucidate the rationale for bringing their daughter with them, and it was indeterminate from the state of the truck whether they had departed voluntarily or had been compelled to exit the vehicle by an external force, potentially abandoning their possessions under duress. A search party was established, and detectives meticulously scoured extensive wooded regions and adjacent areas in pursuit of any evidence pertaining to the Jameson family. They discovered nothing. The investigation stagnated until November 16, 2013. On that day, barely 3 miles from the location where the Jameson family truck was discovered 4 years prior, hunters encountered the partial skeleton remains of 2 adults and 1 child. Forensic analysis confirmed the remains belonged to the Jameson family. However, the level of decomposition precluded the determination of the cause of death. The cops reopened the case. Initially, they discovered an unusual surveillance footage recorded outside the Jameson family residence on the night of their departure. The film depicts the pair alternating between the house and the vehicle, loading their possessions. Before their disappearance, Bobby Dale approached his pastor, asserting that his residence was haunted and reporting the presence of 2 to 4 ghosts on the roof. The cause of their passing was undetermined, and the circumstances of their disappearance are unclear. The mysterious disappearance of Ruth Wilson. Ruth Wilson, aged 16, from Betchworth near Surrey, England, vanished on November 27, 1995. The final recorded observation of Ruth Wilson occurred via a taxi's rearview mirror. On a frigid, damp night in November 1995, the one observing the 16-year-old diminish into the waning light was the cab driver. He had just deposited her at a local scenic location on Bocks Hill, a 220-metre or 735-foot elevation that dominates the terrain surrounding the Surrey commuter town of Dorking in southeastern England. Later, the driver informed police that he was shocked to see the student waiting there rather than making her way to a meeting place, which could have been the Hand in Hand, a local pub. The driver proceeded to his subsequent pickup. Ruth Wilson was never seen or heard from again. Ruth Wilson was born on January 31, 1979, to parents Ian and Nesta Wilson. The family resided in a charming 17th-century cottage situated on Wanham Lane in Betchworth, Surrey. Her mother was born in Wellingborough on May 1, 1948, and was named Nesta Landegg by her adoptive parents. Ian and Nesta wed in 1976 in Newport, Wales. When Wilson was 3 years old and her sister Jenny was several months old, Nesta perished under horrible circumstances. Ruth was informed that her mother's death resulted from an accident due to a fall down the stairs on December 4, 1982. However, the true cause of her passing was that she took her own life. The end of 1983 saw Ian G. Wilson, Ruth's father, remarry Karen Bowerman. Ian and Karen were educators, with Ian additionally holding the position of a local parish councillor. Ruth loved to read, ride her bike, and play the piano and electric guitar. She furthermore held a Saturday position at a music shop and served as a babysitter in her local vicinity. She was regarded as clever, but not cool by those around her. Ruth was an ordinary adolescent with numerous interests and a tight circle of eccentric yet similar pals. She was pursuing A-levels in biology and chemistry at the Ashcombe School sixth form in Dorking, and she frequented her local church, St. Michael's in Betchworth. She was a choir member, played the organ, and engaged in bell ringing. In October 1995, Ruth, as reported by her friend Catherine Mayer, came to believe that the circumstances surrounding her birth mother's passing were not as she had been informed. Ruth had asked Catherine Mayer if she might accompany her to Sheffield, South Yorkshire, where she was scheduled to relocate. However, she never had the opportunity, since she disappeared a few weeks after Catherine relocated. Wilson had stayed over shortly before Catherine vanished, according to her mother, who was convinced that she didn't want to go back home. Ruth failed to provide an explanation. Ruth Wilson's parents have denied allegations of a difficult home life, and acquaintances assert that she was level-headed. The Saturday prior to her disappearance, Ruth worked at her regular job in a Dorking music store before joining her ex-boyfriend Will Kennedy and another friend, Neil Phillipson, for an Indian dinner. Kennedy and Phillipson reported that Wilson financed the supper and remarked it would be something to remember her by. Ruth and Will remained friends during their separation, and it is believed that Ruth may have indicated her desire to depart from home. Ruth thereafter attended handbell practice at the local church on Sunday, participated in a youth group in Dorking, and returned to Will Kennedy's for dinner. When she vanished, Ruth's parents departed early for work, leaving her and her sister Jenny to board the school bus. In his capacity as head of science at the secondary school where he taught, Ian Wilson was getting ready for an Ofsted government inspection. Karen, the deputy head of a small primary school at that time, had considerable preparation to undertake. Ian recalls hastening and manoeuvring past Ruth, who was engrossed in her Walkman. Ian remarked that he lives with regret, saying that the last words he spoke to her were, "Move out of my way, I'm in a hurry." Ruth abruptly informed her sister that she would not be attending school, even though the two sisters were accustomed to riding the bus together. Will showed up in his car and offered to give Ruth a drive shortly after Jenny departed for school. She refused and subsequently informed Will that she would meet him later. Will presumed that this indicated she would go to school following lunch. Ruth was not one to deliberately skip school, hence he anticipated her arrival at Ashcombe School later in the day. Nevertheless, Ruth did not arrive. She took a taxi from Betchworth to Dorking at around 11:30 in the morning, and around noon she placed an order for flowers for her stepmother from Thistle's Florists on Dorking High Street. She requested that they be delivered the subsequent Wednesday. Ruth thereafter spent the afternoon at Dorking Library, and at approximately 4:15 in the afternoon, she hailed a taxi from Dorking railway station to the scenic location of Bocks Hill. Following a 10-minute ascent along a winding road to the summit of the hill, she was dropped off on a bridleway near a pub known as the Hand in Hand. Ruth exhibited peculiar behaviour, according to the cabbie, as he watched her in his mirror, and she remained motionless in the rain as he drove away. The cab driver was the final individual to observe her at 4:30 in the afternoon, and during this time it would have been dark. At the moment of her disappearance, Ruth was dressed in a red knitted pullover, black velvet slacks, black pixie boots, and a petite lady's watch on her left wrist. She has a compact blue duffel bag containing a personal stereo and cassettes. Liam Macaulay, a 58-year-old retired police officer conducting an investigation into the disappearance, said that Wilson was dressed to get into another car, suggesting the potential involvement of a third party and indicating that fleeing was more probable than anything else. Later that night, Ian and Karen grew concerned that Ruth had neither attended school nor come home, prompting them to contact the police. The prospect of Ruth being a runaway was suggested, prompting the police to initiate a missing person investigation. Following the timely report from the taxi driver who dropped Ruth off at Bocks Hill, police conducted a search of around 100 acres in the surrounding vicinity. The search employed sniffer dogs, aircraft, a substantial contingent of police and volunteers, and heat-seeking technology. However, investigators discovered no evidence regarding Ruth's location. It was then revealed that Ruth regularly visited Bocks Hill after school to socialize with friends. She was apprehensive about her academic achievement and had retained a school report from her parents the weekend prior to her disappearance. Ruth purchased flowers in Dorking, and they were delivered to her stepmother Karen on November 29th, 2 days after she vanished. In later reports, Ian Wilson characterized the flowers as a costly arrangement. Nevertheless, no note was included. Mare, Wilson's friend, perceived this action as a defiant insult towards her stepmother. 4 days after the disappearance, on Friday, December 1st, police discovered 3 messages buried in the brush at the upper border of Bocks Hill's Betchworth quarry. Adjacent were discovered vacant packages of paracetamol tablets and a partially filled bottle of vermouth. The authorities have never disclosed the contents of the messages to the public, but they are thought to be farewells to her parents, her best friend, and a teenage male. The handwriting has been verified as belonging to Ruth. Yet, this remains speculative. The discovery of alcohol and paracetamol tablets led the authorities to consider the possibility that she had done something to herself. Nevertheless, Ruth was not located in the vicinity despite a thorough search. The police were unable to ascertain if the notes were placed on the day of her disappearance or prior to that date. Some have even speculated that she may have left these messages here on purpose in order to mislead the police. On Saturday, December 2, 1995, 5 days following her disappearance, a comprehensive search was conducted by Surrey Police in conjunction with the fire and rescue team. The inquiry this time focused on the Betchworth Quarry section of Bocks Hill. 60 volunteers, including local residents, school acquaintances, colleagues, National Trust wardens, and employees of the quarry's business participated. Ruth was not found, and no other leads emerged from this search. Betchworth Quarry is a remarkable chalk downland location within the Surrey Hills area of outstanding natural beauty and is situated in the North Downs. Mark Williams Thomas, the family liaison officer for Ruth's case, asserted that comprehensive searches around Bocks Hill produced no evidence indicating that she was harmed. He asserted his certainty that a stranger did not take Wilson.
Lars Mittank. Lars Mittank's last minutes may be captured in the most popular YouTube video featuring a missing person. Mittank's story begins in Golden Sands, Bulgaria on July 6, 2014. He had spent the week vacationing at the seaside resort with a group of friends. On this day, after arguing over soccer, Mittank got into an altercation with 4 men, resulting in a ruptured eardrum and possible concussion. Due to the injury, a doctor advised him not to fly and prescribed him the antibiotic cefuroxime before referring him to a hospital. Although his friends said they would stay with him, Mittank insisted that he was fine and they could return home without him. A friend later stated he seemed to be in a good mood when they left. His friends went on their way and Mittank checked himself into a cheap hotel, called Hotel Colour. He was only on his own a day before his strange behaviour was captured on the hotel's security cameras. The footage revealed him pacing the halls and hiding in an elevator. He quickly became paranoid, and in a panicked call home to his mother, he whispered that 4 men were coming to kill him. He then advised her to cancel his credit cards. CCTV last captured Mittank in Havana Airport. The video shows him entering the airport with his luggage before walking out of sight. Shortly after, Mittank is seen again, leaving his luggage behind. He is seen sprinting through the airport as if he is running for his life. He pushes through the doors of the airport and continues to run through the parking lot. The last shots of Mittank show him scaling a fence close to a wooded area. Airport Dr. Kosta Kostkov later described Mittank as nervous and erratic. He claimed Mittank began to tremble when seeing a construction worker and was noted saying, "I don't want to die here, I have to get out of here." His belongings, including a backpack and suitcase, were later recovered at the airport. Its contents revealed nothing about his disappearance, however. Mittank was never seen again.
Dave Bocks and the Furnace. A small farming town in Fernald, Ohio, happens to be the location of one of the strangest mysteries. For years, the town's main employer was the Feed Materials Production Center, also known as NLO Unknown. The public had been unaware that the Department of Energy had owned NLO. It was one of the only plants in the US that had secretly possessed uranium for nuclear weapons from the 1950s to the 1980s. Many employees, including Harry Easterling, believed they were working in a safe environment. However, the secretive company faced a major scandal in 1984 when a factory accident caused massive amounts of radioactive smoke to be released into the atmosphere. The accident led to an investigation that revealed that NLO had released more than 200 tons of radioactive dust into the air and water sources in the local area. According to reporter DC Cole, "We had an environmental disaster. I think if you did a survey around the Fernald community now, you would find very few people who trust the government." Perhaps the most mysterious aspect of this story was the loss of life of plant employee Dave Bocks, whose family believes he was murdered because he was about to reveal the truth about the company
just a few months before the accident. Dave was a pipefitter at NLO, whose job it was to inspect and maintain the factory's equipment. His co-worker, Harry Easterling, believes Dave knew what the company was up to from conversations they had. On the day of his passing, a witness saw Dave walking towards Plant 4, although he had been assigned to Plant 8. That was the last time anyone saw Dave alive. That morning, a furnace operator assigned to Plant 6 informed his supervisor that there was a mysterious, sticky residue covering the casings in his oven. The supervisor dismissed this and found nothing wrong. It was his co-worker, Harry, who later reported Dave missing. Plant records showed that at approximately 5 a.m., the temperature of the furnace in Plant 6 had dropped by about 28 degrees, suggesting that a foreign object had been dumped in. A worker also found what looked to be a bone on the furnace. After the sheriff's department had been called into the plant, one employee found a set of keys in the waste material that belonged to Dave's car. What was strange about this is his co-worker had seen his keys in Dave's toolbox at around 7 a.m., 2 hours after the foreign object had been dropped into the furnace, yet were then somehow found in the furnace. If this is true, it suggests that someone had taken Dave's life and then threw his keys into the furnace as a cover-up. Investigators concluded that Dave was most likely deceased and suggested that it may have been due to suicide. While Dave had a history of troubled mental health, this explanation does not cover all aspects of the story. His family and multiple former NLO employees believed he was lowered into the furnace and perished because he knew too much. If something other than the official story happened to Dave, it will probably never be revealed unless someone comes forward. Unfortunately, his family will have to live with this mystery until then. Although some disappearances may never be solved, that does not stop people from investigating and trying to piece together what happened. The disappearance of Annie Hearin. News was astir when it was made apparent that a wife of one of Missouri's richest businessmen has suddenly gone missing. What made the case even more interesting was that the 72-year-old Annie Lauren Hearin disappeared shortly after she had hosted an innocent bridge club party. Actually, to be exact, she did not merely disappear. She was abducted. After drops of blood were discovered in the house, a ransom note was also picked up. In what seemed like a crazy novel plot, it detailed how Annie would only be freed after her wealthy husband paid a large amount of money to 12 people that he had supposedly harmed in connection with the school photography business. It came to no surprise that news of this hostage situation started circulating nationwide less than 24 hours later. With an estimated net worth of more than $200 million, Robert M. Hearin wanted it to be clear that he was willing to do anything to get Annie back. That urge was further heightened after another letter came, this time from Annie herself. She pleaded that her husband cooperate in fear that they would lock her in a cellar with only a few jugs of water. In response, Robert quickly handed over $1 million to the 12 men. However, Annie's body was never returned or even found. It's suspected that she passed away from her injuries in 1991. Her husband also lost his life from a heart attack just a year before. Among all the possible kidnappers, only one was ever convicted. That man went to the grave without admitting any guilt. He passed away after being released from prison in 2012. Whether Annie Hearin is actually alive still remains a mystery. Although she may never actually be found, her case will still live on in those that are most passionate about a never-ending story. Molly Bish. Molly Bish disappeared in 2000 in Warren, Massachusetts at age 16. She worked as a lifeguard at Commons Pond, a woodland location. Maggie, her mother, dropped her off only to be contacted by the authorities 3 hours later when she was told the pond had no lifeguard present. Her mother found Molly's belongings by the shore, but no Molly. Authorities searched the woods but did not find her. There was no sign of foul play, but the police and her family believed she was taken. Maggie thinks a man she spotted in a white car by the lake might have been the culprit. He was allegedly seen at a nearby cemetery soon after Molly disappeared. A website and email chain were created to get the word of her vanishing out to the world.
Sketch artist Jeanne Boylan was commissioned to draw the prospective kidnapper in 2001. However, the sketch provided no leads, and neither the man nor Molly have ever been seen again. Molly's parents promote child safety in the hopes of stopping other parents from suffering as they have. Molly's body was found in 2003 at Whiskey Hill, 3 miles from Comins Pond. No cause of death was determined, but it was believed to be a homicide. There is a $100,000 reward for those offering information that will apprehend the culprit. There are several suspects, including offenders Robert Burno, Rodney Stanger, and Gerald Battistoni. All 3 match the culprit's description and were in the area during the time of her abduction. Battistoni attacked and drowned another victim in the past, but he passed away in 2014. Holly Parainen, a 10-year-old girl, was kidnapped and her young life taken from her 7 years prior to Molly's passing. Molly wrote to Holly's family after she vanished. The 2 cases are extremely alike. Like Molly, Holly's culprit still has not been confirmed despite potential suspects. New DNA testing has been conducted since 2019, and authorities state it might give insight into who took the life of Molly Bish. A new suspect was added in 2021, Frank Sumner Sr., who has been a recurring person of interest for years, but the police were recently able to confirm information they received about him in an anonymous tip. Sumner took and attacked a girl in 1981, was convicted, then released for parole in 1998. He was free during the time of Molly's abduction. Sumner passed away in 2016 without being charged, but the investigation is ongoing. The pain of the families of these victims is unimaginable, and we can only hope that they will someday find closure.
The unsolved disappearance of Bessie and Glenn Hyde. On November 18, 1928, Bessie and Glenn Hyde set out for their extended honeymoon, where they planned to float down the rapids of the Colorado and Green Rivers for a few weeks. They said goodbye to Ellsworth and Emery Kolb, 2 brothers that were also spending time in the area. The couple departed on their boat to begin their exciting adventure, but they were never seen again. It has been nearly 100 years since the Hydes embarked on their honeymoon and mysteriously vanished. Colorado River guides still tell ghost stories about the couple's disappearance when sitting around campfires, because no one knows what happened to them. Although they were on an adventure honeymoon, it didn't take long for their family to notice that something was wrong, and then soon contacted the authorities. Glenn's father launched a search on December 6th. They were not even considered overdue at their final destination in Needles, California, but his father somehow knew that something was wrong. On December 19th, their flat-bottomed boat was abandoned and discovered floating in the river by a search plane. It was discovered about 3 weeks after their initial disappearance and was located around River Mile Marker 226. The boat was in perfect working order, with no signs of destruction or overturning. There were also no clues signaling what could have happened to the couple. Interestingly enough, the Hyde's gear and supplies were still found aboard the boat, securely strapped in and undisturbed. Authorities even found a camera on board with their last picture taken around River Mile 165 around November 27th. Search teams and investigators had trouble with this case because there were no signs of disturbance, technical difficulties, violence, or tracks leading away from the river. It was as if the couple simply vanished into thin air. Bessie did make a note in her journal, though, that they cleared River Mile 231, leading many to believe that they had at least made it past Mile 226, Diamond Creek, where they set up camp for a night. Additionally, Glenn was an experienced boatsman, having spent years operating and handling river rafts before their trip. He was considered an expert boat builder and managed their raft entirely on his own. He spent much of his life aboard rafts on the Snake and Salmon Rivers in Idaho. Although he was not a professional captain or entirely familiar with the surrounding area, he was not an amateur at risk of making simple yet fatal mistakes. The leading theory for their disappearance was that their journal was self-sabotage because the couple felt massive amounts of pressure from their friends and family. They intended to set a record for the speed and duration of their boat trip through the Grand Canyon, Plus, Bessie would become the first woman to boat the entire way through successfully. This pressure to do well and succeed could have caused them to either make mistakes or purposefully fail themselves. However, authorities found no evidence on the boat or surrounding areas to support and prove this theory. One historian believes that they were most likely swept overboard when their boat hit one of the many submerged rocks in the rapids that lie near mile 232. The granite rocks often capsize and damage ships, causing many accidents every year. The Hyde's boat, however, shows no sign of distress or damage from stones. In 1971, an older woman was sitting with a group of rafters in the Grand Canyon and announced she was the long-lost Bessie Hyde, having escaped the canyon after taking the life of her abusive husband, Glenn. After authorities contacted her, though, she recanted the statement and denied ever having said it. Famed river rafter Georgie Clark was speculated to be Bessie after she passed away in 1992, and authorities found some documents like Bessie and Glenn's marriage certificate in her possession. There were even skeletal remains discovered in 1976 that people assumed were Glenn's. However, it was proven by the University of Arizona to be a different man. There have been strange stories and theories surrounding the couple ever since they first vanished in the late 1920s. Their story has inspired many writers and artists, spawning novels, a musical, and even an episode on Unsolved Mysteries. To this day, no one knows what happened to the Hydes, and we most likely never will. David Michael Burney disappearance. Another unexplained disappearance is that of David Michael Burney. Burney was last seen in 2007 after purchasing a red 1987 Toyota Tercel that he planned to use to visit his daughters in Georgia. He was seen at a Jet Pep gas station in Battleground, Alabama, and has not been seen since that fateful June day. About 2 months after his disappearance, his new Toyota was found in Bankhead Forest off Road B15 in Winston County. While the car was empty of gas and was missing a battery, there was no blood at the scene and no clues of a struggle. All of Burney's family, from his mother and sister to his 6 children, said that he would never have disappeared by choice. They believe he may have been met with foul play, as he had enemies that would have wanted to harm him. Unfortunately, to this day, 15 years after his disappearance, authorities have not been able to crack the mystery, and the case has gone cold. The family has been left without answers to this mystery of what happened to Burney. Disappearance of Revel Balain. Revel Balain met a similar fate, although her remains have not been found. Last seen in 1994, Revel was a 22-year-old professional dancer and model. She led a double life, however, that she kept hidden from her closest friends and family. Revel was also a casual escort, but according to some reports, Revel had started doing this in order to save money for a trip to Japan that would further her professional dancing career. The last person believed to see Revel alive was Gavin Seymour. He claims that he had won $150 at a casino that night, which he decided to spend on a woman. When he called the agency that Revel worked for, he gave a fake name. Thankfully, the agent did its due diligence at that point and noticed that the name Gavin gave was not the name his phone was registered to. When they called him back and told him what they found, he conceded and gave his real name. Gavin Seymour claimed to have had a girlfriend at the time, which may have been his reason for giving a fake name. Seymour claims after their appointment, he drove Revel to the Red Tomato Inn and left her there. There are no witnesses to corroborate this. Around this location, Revel's last known location, her makeup bag, keys, and one shoe was found. Revel's body has not been recovered. Seymour remains the #1 person of interest in the case, a fact that he is straightforward with when he is interviewed. Seymour spent about 15 years living in Tasmania as a recluse, until 2018 when he pleaded guilty to old theft charges. Strangely, years later, another person close to Seymour suffered a sudden death. In April of 2020, he was arrested for assaulting his former roommate. He was accused of committing violation offences against her will, but the charges were dropped when she passed away tragically in an explosion in her apartment. Though this does not prove motive, it does seem too strange to be a coincidence. In May of 2021, the family announced a $1 million reward for anyone with information that would lead to the discovery of Revel's remains. Mary Curie's remains were not found for 60 years. Revel's family hoped to have some closure before then. They have already waited 26 years in the dark, and sadly both of her parents passed away without ever finding out what happened to their daughter. The disappearance of Claudia Lawrence. Claudia Lawrence was born and raised in North Yorkshire and worked as a chef for the University of York. Lawrence has not been seen since Wednesday the 18th of March 2009, and her disappearance remains a mystery. On that fateful Wednesday, Lawrence left work at 2:30 p.m. and began walking home. On the walk, she was spotted by a friend who offered her a lift and dropped her off at her cottage on Haworth Road at approximately 2:50 p.m. She was seen posting a letter nearby and then returned home at roughly 3:05 p.m. At around 8 p.m, she texted a friend and accepted a phone call from her mother, in which she was described as sounding cheerful and relaxed. When Lawrence failed to turn up for work the next morning, her manager attempted to call her mobile phone but did not receive an answer. At the same time, evidence shows Lawrence's phone was turned on, only to be switched off deliberately at 12:08 p.m. that same day. Lawrence was due to meet her friend Susie Cooper that evening, but did not turn up. Cooper thought the behaviour was out of Lawrence's character and so contacted Lawrence's father, who broke into her flat. The only items that were missing from Lawrence's home were her rucksack, her mobile phone, and her work uniform. This suggested that Lawrence had left for work that morning. The group decided to contact the police and a missing persons investigation began. An appeal was released for any further information on Lawrence's last sightings and led to 2 reported potential sightings of Lawrence. The first report came from a cyclist who saw a woman who resembled Lawrence with a man at 5:35 a.m. on the 19th at Melrose Gate, on Lawrence's commute to work. The second sighting was 30 minutes after this, when a commuter noticed a couple who looked like they were arguing outside the University of York, Lawrence's place of work. Additionally, police covered CCTV footage of a suspicious-looking man at the back of Lawrence's house on the evening of the 18th and the early morning of the 19th. The man in the CCTV footage was described as wearing a black hoodie, just as the males in the reported sightings had been. Just 5 weeks into the investigation, police formally classified the case as a suspected murder. Despite over 1,000 statements and searches taking place in the investigation, this male figure has never been unmasked. In 2013, the North Yorkshire Police set up a new unit specifically to look into kidnaps and stalled cases. Lawrence's case fell into the latter category. Using new and advanced techniques, the police were able to find additional fingerprints and a man's DNA on a cigarette end in Lawrence's car. The new discovery led to the arrests of 6 men. However, none were charged. With no conclusion to the case, the 2 main theories of what happened to Lawrence are that she absconded from the UK or she was abducted and killed. The first theory, that Lawrence absconded, is based on the knowledge that Lawrence had visited Cyprus on 5 occasions before her disappearance. The last text message on her phone had come from a male friend in Cyprus. This had led some to conclude that Lawrence chose to disappear of her own accord to the Mediterranean island. However, when the police extended the search for Lawrence to Cyprus, no further information of her whereabouts was revealed. The second and dominant theory is that Lawrence was abducted and killed. On a Crime Watch program focused on her disappearance, Detective Superintendent Ray Galloway revealed that some of Lawrence's relationships had an element of complexity and mystery to them that were not known to her family or friends. Stories began to spread that Lawrence had pursued relationships with married men. Despite her family and friends publicly refuting the claims, some began to suspect that Lawrence had fallen victim to foul play from one of her scorned lovers. This is supported by the fact that police interviewed every male regular of one York pub as to whether they had a romantic relationship with Lawrence. Others argue that it was convicted woman killer Christopher Halliwell who is responsible for Lawrence's abduction. Halliwell abducted and killed his second known victim exactly 2 years after Lawrence's disappearance. Psychological research has shown that killers are triggered often by dates, so Lawrence's disappearance would fit into his offending pattern, and there is one reported sighting of Lawrence and Halliwell together. Lawrence's own mother believes Halliwell is responsible for her daughter's disappearance. She has publicly criticised the police for not spending more money and time investigating whether Halliwell was responsible for the crime. Over 10 years later, what happened to Lawrence remains unanswered. Janine Vaughn disappearance. Another story that families are hoping will be brought back into the spotlight is the story of Janine Vaughn. Janine was last seen on December 7, 2001 at 4 a.m, where CCTV footage shows her on Keppel Street, Bathurst. The security footage shows her getting into the front passenger seat of a bright red 4-door medium-sized sedan. Police interviewed over 1,000 people in the investigation of Janine's disappearance until 2003, when she was presumed deceased. Among those investigated for her disappearance was a local policeman, Brad Hoseman. The Police Integrity Commission did not release their findings for some time. However, Brad was forced to leave the force with no retirement benefits. Around the time of Janine's disappearance, Brad told the police that he was staying with his mother near Newcastle. However, he changed his story when he was investigated by the Police Integrity Commission, admitting that he had been in Bathurst. In 2009, the coroner who had taken the case recreated what was last known of Janine's movements on the day she went missing. He walked along the street, dimming the streetlights to make the recreation as real as possible. During this time, Brad Hoseman was brought up once again. Friends of Vaughn had claimed that Hoseman would often walk by the shop where she worked and wave to her while she was inside. According to her friends, she had expressed concerns about Hoseman's actions seeming a little like stalking, but nothing was taken too seriously and no paperwork was ever filed in the matter. Vaughn's former boyfriend of 5 years recalled that she did complain about notes, flowers, and even lingerie being left on her car while she was at work. Is it a coincidence that Hoseman knew where she worked and purposely walked by to wave to her often? Did he have any reason to be walking by and seeking her out in the window? Was it because he was on his way to her car to leave small tokens and gifts? We can only speculate, as no one has come forward with information about the matter. We can only hope that technology and science progresses in such a way that allows us to find out what happened to these women after so many years. The people who may have information on any of these cases are aging, and their memories are as well. We can only hope for their families that someone can give them peace sooner rather than later. Bruce Pike disappearance. Bruce Pike disappeared in Yellowstone National Park on August 2, 2006. The disappearance of Bruce Pike is perhaps the most mysterious disappearance. Very little is known of Pike, with seldom information released to the public regarding who he was and how he went missing. Yellowstone is one of the most famous and most frequently visited national parks in the continental United States. It receives an estimated 4 million visitors annually, and that number only seems to increase with every passing year. Every single day, there is likely to be about 11,000 people in the park at any given time. Holding its spot at number 1, it is the world's first national park and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. With the enormous landscape stretching over 2 million acres, it is common for tourists to find themselves lost or to wander off their original path. However, these people are almost always found within a few days or even hours, as the park is so heavily trafficked. Only 3 people have ever been lost to be never found in Yellowstone National Park. Bruce Pike just happened to be one of them. What we know was Pike was last seen at the Indian Creek campground on August 2, 2006. His car was found to be abandoned nearby. His story was not covered by the media, and there is no public record of any family members asking for help to find him. Despite the seeming lack of interest, mysteriously enough, the Texas authorities are participating in an ongoing investigation of his disappearance. He has never been seen or heard of since. The disappearance of Jeremy Bright. On August 14, 1986, 14-year-old Jeremy Bright attended the Coos County Fair in Myrtle Point, Oregon, with his 10-year-old sister. At 2 p.m., Bright and his sister decided to split up to explore the fair on their own, with a plan to meet back together near the Ferris wheel at 5 p.m. Jeremy never showed. Jeremy Bright's stepfather and sister waited for his mother to arrive home the next day before contacting authorities. In his room, his mother found his wallet, watch, and key to their family apartment, but found no other clues as to where he could have gone. On August 15th, his mother filed a missing persons report with local police. Police opened an investigation suspecting foul play in the boy's disappearance. But a few days later, on August 23rd, they announced they no longer suspected foul play because of several reported sightings of the boy. Instead, they announced that Jeremy Bright was now thought to have run away with the travelling carnival. However, this was not the end of the case, as new and strange rumours of Bright's disappearance began to arise. One of these rumours came from people who said that Jeremy Bright was seen at a party where he ingested beer laced with an illegal drug that caused a fatal overdose. Some people believed this theory since it was known that 14-year-old Jeremy had a heart murmur, which could lead to a high possibility of overdose. But the question unanswered was, if Jeremy did die while at this party, where was his body? No one had an answer. Another rumour was submitted as an anonymous tip from a prison inmate. The inmate said that Bright was accidentally shot by a group of criminals while he was swimming with friends in a local swimming hole. The people responsible allegedly attempted to resuscitate Bright in a remote cabin, but his wound was too severe and the boy died while in the cabin. The inmate claimed that the boy was buried in a shallow grave around the cabin and provided authorities with the location. However, after searching the property, police found no sign of Jeremy Bright or his remains. On another occasion, police began searching every well in Myrtle Point after someone submitted an anonymous tip saying that Jeremy Bright's body could be found at the bottom of one of the wells. Again, police came up empty-handed with no sign of the 14-year-old boy. Investigators then received a tip that told them there was a young man named Jeremy Bright who was working for a circus company in Florida. Florida was known to be a state where many traveling carnivals moved to during the wintertime. This meant it was possible that Bright could have ended up in Florida if he had ran away with the traveling carnival, as authorities had initially speculated. When investigators made it down to Florida, they found Jeremy Bright. However, this was another Jeremy Bright, who was older and originally from Colorado. The last lead authorities had for Jeremy Bright's disappearance was Terry Lee Steinhoof, who had babysat Bright at one point. Steinhoof was charged with the murder of a 32-year-old woman who he had stabbed to death. Before he was charged, there were some reports of people seeing Jeremy Bright in the passenger seat of Steinhoof's truck. Nonetheless, Steinhoof never admitted to having anything to do with Jeremy Bright's disappearance. Unfortunately, all the leads police followed ran cold, and Jeremy Bright was never seen again.
The case of Immaculate Basil. To most of her closest acquaintances, there was no doubt that Immaculate, otherwise known as Mackie, had lived a hard life. Straight from the get-go, she revolved in and out of the foster system with her siblings. Once she finally escaped, she eventually settled on the Cuz Shea Reserve near Grand Rapids, British Columbia, and survived on part-time jobs, like becoming a secretary and a teacher. Mostly, she was known to be a housewife that rarely desired to leave home. With a loving husband and a 7-month-old child by her side, her life was pretty much set, or at least people thought it was, until she fatefully disappeared. That is when her family started noticing the cracks beginning to form. They were first surprised when Mackie divorced from her husband. Then, on the night of her disappearance, they yet again felt it was out of character for her to be partying and drinking by herself. However, several witnesses would confirm that she was doing so. Once the party ended, Mackie got into a car with her 2 friends, Victor and Keith. However, before they could arrive at their destination, their vehicle got into an accident. Though it was known that Victor decided to look for help by walking along the streets in soaking wet clothing, no record of Keith's actions was made. The very next morning, Mackie's siblings instantly felt something was off when she did not answer their daily phone calls. That worry only intensified the next day, which prompted them to look for her on their own. After 4 straight days without any results, the police were finally notified about her disappearance. Once the search went underway, the stories and theories became fuzzy. Victor's claims were especially suspicious. From his own mouth, he said that he went to look for help in wet clothes. However, witnesses said that they saw him an hour's distance away from the car crash site around the time it supposedly happened. What is even stranger is that there was no record filed of this car crash ever happening. The only pieces of evidence that it supposedly occurred were scrap pieces and a broken tree. But what exactly happened to Mackie following the crash? Victor and Keith both agreed that she decided to go back home and separate from them on her own, which, if they were responsible for any crime, would give them plenty of time to commit it. In fact, it could be argued that no one seems like a better suspect than the 2 men, especially Victor, who was an outsider from the reservation and had a history of assault and crimes. However, another theory is that perhaps Mackie did actually leave the site of the crash and fall victim to a wild animal, because she might not have been used to the feeling of being drunk, and that might have caused her to become prey. Yet, there has been a complete lack of blood or a body to support this theory. Even though the reserve is more remotely located, the lack of issues with any wild animals historically leaves more to be desired from this theory. The final theory is that if Mackie had indeed left the scene of the car crash, that she could have been kidnapped along her way home. Authorities believe this is the least likely theory out of all of them. In the present day, there is still no result about the whereabouts of Immaculate Basil. Any supposed sightings of her were determined to be fake or unlikely, and despite the notion that foul play could have been involved, no one has come forward with any evidence. Perhaps only time will tell if this mysterious case will ever be resolved.
The McCullough disappearance. Charles McCullough was 19 in 1974 when he left his home state of Virginia to travel to Oregon for a hiking adventure. Charles, or Chuck as he was affectionately known, had seen some friends before planning a trip to Crater Lake National Park in Oregon for a few days of walking amongst the stunning, snowy mountains, beautiful sunsets and sunrises, and the crystal blue waters of the lake itself. Charles was a keen photographer, and despite weather conditions in the park tending to be poor in January, the month of his trip, Charles ventured on alone into the wilderness. Crater Lake National Park is covered in deep snow during the winter months. The park is still open and visitors can take guided snowshoe tours and even ski in the mountains. However, the conditions can be extreme, and travelling alone is not recommended. Not to mention that Crater Lake is actually the deepest lake in America at a massive 594 meters deep at its deepest point. Charles told his friends that he would be gone for around 2 days before returning to their house for the remainder of his trip. However, he did tell them that, if he was not back by the 1st of February, to call the police and report him missing. This would turn out to be a valuable piece of information. The days passed and the 1st of February was drawing nearer with no sign of Charles returning. The day swiftly came and his friends began to worry, calling the police and reporting him missing. The authorities powered through the worsening conditions, but to no avail. A mass search team found no evidence of Charles, with some assuming that he had changed his direction and that they might be looking in the wrong place. However, with nearly 2.5 meters of snow, the search was not getting any easier, and despite the park thawing out as spring drew near, neither Charles nor his body were anywhere to be seen. There had been reports of people spotting Charles in the Diamond Lake area, a 45-minute car ride from Crater Lake, and a park ranger reported that he had given Charles a lift to the entrance of the national park on the 30th of January. What had happened after he dropped Charles off, however, the ranger did not know. Nearly a year-long search showed nothing, until in 1976, 2 friends from Texas stumbled across chilling human remains after taking a wrong turn on their hike. The remains were confirmed to be those of Charles, but they were scattered strangely, with a lot of the bones still inside Charles's clothes. The weirdest thing, however, was that the remains were found 12 miles from where the park ranger had dropped Charles off on the 30th of January. How had he travelled so far in such awful conditions? The skull that was recovered showed no blunt trauma, and investigators concluded that Charles had frozen to death after removing his clothes in what scientists call paradoxical undressing, feeling hot when you are freezing cold. Charles's family did not accept the explanation and were sure that foul play had occurred somewhere along the line. After all, why were the remains in such a secluded place? Charles's brother wrote in 2016, "If only those broken off shin bones could have talked to us, what do you think they'd say?" George Penker. Yosemite National Park is famous for its amazing waterfalls, deep valleys, and ancient sycamore trees. Located in the Sierra Nevada mountains in central California, the park draws 4 million visitors every single year. On Friday, June the 17th, 2011, 80 people from a church in Hawthorne, California were visiting the park. 20 of them, including 30-year-old George Penker, decided to make the hike to Upper Yosemite Falls. The hike to Upper Yosemite Falls offers fantastic views on its way to the view of the tallest waterfall in the United States. The trail is somewhat strenuous, with a steep fall to one side. Although the trail is not the easiest, it is said the payoff at the top is worth it. Once at the top, the group disbanded to allow everyone a chance to explore and return to the trailhead at their leisure. Penker's friends assume he had taken the trail back down alone and therefore did not report him missing until 9 p.m. Penker was last seen wearing grey sweatpants with white stripes, a black t-shirt that says D&B, along with a blue cloth bag. Searches for Penker started almost immediately, with full-fledged searches beginning the following morning. In all, 105 people, a helicopter, and 6 dogs were all involved in the search. Fellow churchgoers stated that Penker was in good spirits on the whole trail and seemed to make the hike without much trouble, though no one could pinpoint where they saw him last. The National Park Service website states the following about the trails. Do not stray off of the maintained path, as you will find steep drops adjacent to the trail. The upper half of the trail is steep and rocky, but the arduous climb is well worth the amazing views you will be rewarded with at the top. It is easy to believe Penker found himself off the trail, resulting in a quick fall to his assumed death. Due to the dangerous conditions and the lack of any evidence tied to Penker, searches were scaled back for the safety of those searching. Sadly, in all the years searching for Penker, not a shred of evidence has turned up, not a piece of clothing, nor his blue bag. It is still widely believed Penker perished just off the trail, again proving that although beautiful, national parks can turn into death traps if you are not careful. The mysterious disappearance of John Devine in the Olympic National Park. John Devine was a 73-year-old hiker who went missing on September 7, 1997, from the Olympic National Park in Washington. He was an experienced hiker and climber who headed into the park the day before going camping. He planned to ascend Mount Baldy in the Olympic National Forest, nearly a 6,796-foot-high mountain, via the Maynard Burn Trail. This trail is very rugged and challenging to traverse, so an accident likely occurred and Devine was somehow injured. It was only supposed to be a day hike, so when he did not show up the following day, his entire family grew worried and called the authorities. He was subsequently declared missing and has never been found. Devine lived in Sequim, Washington, and although he was legally blind in one eye, he was in peak physical shape. He was an avid hiker and had gone on many solo adventures in the Olympics before his trip. His friend last saw him on September 7th, the Saturday of his hike. He had been hiking in the afternoon along the Grey World Ridge, which is on the northern side of the national park. He had been camping with a friend just outside the park's limits in the Buckhorn Wilderness area. Devine had no gear or food with him other than a few snacks like granola bars. Although authorities conducted a search and rescue immediately, it was cut short due to a fatal helicopter crash. Shortly after taking off the mountain, a Bell 205A1 rescue helicopter crashed at the 5,000-foot level of Mount Baldy, about 20 miles south of Port Angeles. The crash ended up taking the lives of 3 people: Kevin Johnston, 35, the pilot, and a seasoned flight instructor, Rita McMahon, 52, a volunteer who trained search dogs, and Taryn Hoover, 31, a seasonal park employee. Another 5 people were also injured in the crash. The helicopter crash was caused by the deteriorating weather conditions as it started to get cold and snowy once the search began. The mountainside was too rugged and dense for volunteers to search through properly, so investigators quickly brought the teams back in before it got too dark and dangerous for them to be out on the mountain. The sergeant from the sheriff's office, who was in charge of coordinating the search team, explained to reporters and volunteers that if Devine had indeed been hiking in that area, then they would have already discovered him by now. If he had been unfortunately injured during a fall, it was improbable that he would have survived until that point in time. The search for John Devine was called off on September 13th, less than a week after it began, much to the disappointment of his family. The leading theory is that he was ill-prepared for his hike and suffered a severe injury that caused him to lose his life. No matter the level of experience, hikers should always take nature seriously and prepare themselves for any situation. When coupled with the cold weather, it would have been difficult for Devine to survive an accident. Unfortunately, we will never know, as he was never found in the forest, and his disappearance remains a mystery to this very day. The Carroll A. Deering. The Carroll A. Deering was built in Maine in 1919. It was the last ship to be ever made by G.G. Deering Company, and it was designed to carry large amounts of coal. On August 22, 1920, the ship set sail to Rio de Janeiro with Captain William H. Merritt, his son Sewell, and a 10-man crew. A few days into the trip, Captain Merritt became very ill. They made a stop in Lewes, Delaware, so the captain and his son could get off, and they were replaced with Captain Willis B. Wormel and Charles McClellan. They made their way to Brazil and delivered the coal without any problems. While in Brazil, Captain Wormel visited another captain and told him he didn't trust the crew on the Deering. He had many concerns with them, and he only trusted the engineer, Herbert Bates. When the ship reached Barbados, Captain Wormel spoke with yet another captain about how troubling his crew had been, especially McClellan, who treated the rest of the crew badly. The captain he spoke with, along with 2 others, heard McClellan say that he would get Captain Wormel before they made it to Norfolk. While sailing through a storm off Cape Fear, the ship lost its anchors and chains. On January 29, 1921, the Deering came to the Cape Lookout lightship and tried to radio for help, but the radio at the lightship was out. Thomas Jacobson, the lightship's keeper, said someone tried using a megaphone since the radio was out, but the man had broken speech and didn't seem to act like an officer. He also said the crew was going around on the quarterdeck, where crewmen usually weren't allowed to be, and they also seemed confused. 2 days later, C.P. Brady spotted the Deering from the Cape Hatteras Coast Guard station. The ship was stuck with its sails still set on the edge of Diamond Shoals. Due to bad weather, rescue ships couldn't get near it until February the 4th. By the time the rescue crew got to the ship, it was taking on water and had been abandoned. Strangely, almost everything inside the Deering was damaged, but it didn't seem to have happened completely by accident. It appeared that the binnacle box had been forced open and broken with a sledgehammer found nearby. The ship was missing various things such as navigation equipment, life rafts, and the crew's personal items. They also found food left on the stove, leading them to believe they were preparing food at the time the ship was abandoned. The Deering was damaged beyond repair and was destroyed. The government launched an investigation to find out what happened, but no official conclusion could be made. The ship had been sailing away from any bad weather, and there was no evidence of piracy. Many believed there may have been a mutiny, which would explain the man Thomas Jacobson saw trying to get help. They also considered the idea that when the ship got stuck, the crew got away on lifeboats and were swept out to sea. None of the crew was ever found, and neither was any wreckage or lifeboats. The story of Carroll A. Deering is one of the most popular mysteries among sailors. It is now often referred to as the ghost ship of the Outer Banks. Many people have theories about what happened, but it is likely that no one will ever know the truth. Brandon Lawson. In 2013, father of 4 Brandon Lawson went missing. His case captured the attention of the public and online speculation grew. For years, Brandon had been a dedicated family man with his 4 children and fiancée Ledessa. The 26-year-old was an oil field worker, often working up to 95 hours a week. Despite the family-orientated attitude, he did have a criminal past. Brandon had a run-in with the law and a bench warrant due to his substance use. He spent time behind bars but had been using again in the run-up to his disappearance. Home from a long shift on August 9, 2013, Brandon and his fiancée had a row. Ledessa was angry at him not returning home and with his substance abuse, whilst Brandon is described as having been in panic mode. He quickly left, claiming he was driving to his father's 3.5 hours away. Ledessa, concerned about his state of mind and unsure if he was high at the time, called and asked him to instead walk to his brother's, believing him to be unfit behind the wheel. We do not know if Brandon intended to follow his fiancée's advice or not. He did switch his route from Highway 277 to Highway 67, though he could have decided back roads would keep him out of the way of the police. Running low on gas, we know Brandon stopped to top up on his way. Ledessa remained concerned and called Brandon's brother, Kyle, seeking his help. Kyle and his girlfriend arrived at Brandon and Ledessa's home at approximately 12:10 a.m. Not long after Brandon had been on the road, he too tried to reach Kyle, telling him he needed gas brought to him, as he had gotten stuck on Highway 277. With broken service and speech slurred presumably due to substance abuse, it was tricky to make out Brandon's message, though Kyle thinks Brandon told him he was 10 minutes up the road to hurry up and said that he was being chased out of town. Kyle's first impressions were that stimulants had resulted in paranoid hallucinations, though Brandon insisted he was not. Ledessa left a gas can by the front of the house for Kyle to take, then went to bed with her phone left charging elsewhere. She awoke to multiple unanswered calls from both men. When Kyle and his girlfriend found Brandon's truck, he was nowhere to be seen, and a police car was seen accompanying it. The police car followed a call made from an onlooker concerned about the truck being a hazard to other vehicles, though this is not the only 911 call that had been made that evening. Brandon himself called 911, requesting police in a manic and slurred call. He claimed people were chasing him into the woods, that he was bleeding, and some even believe there is another voice and firearm shots in the background. Recordings of the 911 call went viral and online strangers took to trying to decipher the message. No dispatcher was sent. Many believe his life was taken from him, with his claims to both Kyle and the police of him being chased, the reports of blood and his requests for the police, and the alleged second voice on the 911 call. However, investigators found no blood at the site. Some think he ran away, possibly avoiding the police for his substance abuse, trying to keep out of prison. However, he had already served time and was not afraid to be back behind bars. Some dismissed this theory as he would have been looking at a short sentence and was already working with an attorney facing the felony charge. None of his friends nor family believe he could leave his children. Finally, why would a man running from the police call 911? Perhaps the most common speculation is that Brandon was high, hallucinating and paranoid, and that he hid to escape his hallucination and passed away in hiding. This seems to be the assumption Kyle holds. We may never know what happened to Brandon Lawson on that August night in 2013. James Tedford disappearance. In the winter of 1949, 56-year-old James Tedford went missing and was never to be found again. The military veteran, living in the sleepy town of Fletchertown in Vermont, had a normal, quiet life living with his 28-year-old wife, Pearl. This normalcy changed when the 1940s conflict arrived, and Tedford went off on his next tour of duties. By all accounts, he and Pearl had been happy, with no known problems, especially problems that would lead either of them to purposefully run from their lives. Pearl was the first of the two to vanish. One night, when James was back home from duty, he returned to the house to a half-prepared meal. Initially, James believed she had simply stepped out of the house for a moment and would soon return. However, when the late evening arrived,
he grew worried and began asking neighbours if they knew about Pearl's whereabouts. Apparently, she had been in high spirits that day at the Emoco store in town and did not look to be distressed. Her disappearance was a shock, as it could not be determined why this seemingly happy woman would vanish. Pearl's disappearance was a shocking blow to James. He allegedly became depressed and grew increasingly reclusive, staying alone at home all day long. He later moved into the soldiers' retirement home in Bennington, Vermont, about an 8-hour bus ride to the only relatives James had left in St. Albans, Vermont. One day, when he was making the bus trip to St. Albans, he disappeared. Even more strange, he seemed to disappear from a moving bus, as it had not taken any stops along the way. According to witnesses, he was last seen sleeping in his seat, and then by the time the bus had reached its destination, he was no longer there. James and Pearl's disappearances seemed to defy logic. This seemingly normal, happy couple vanished within a few years of each other without any clues as to where they may be. Even more mysterious is the location of James's disappearance. In the years following James's disappearance, more shocking missing persons cases began to creep up in the Bennington region of Vermont. The area has even been named the Bennington's Triangle because of these mysterious disappearances. These include a missing hiker, an 8-year-old boy who vanished from his mother's truck, and a 53-year-old who disappeared while walking back to her campsite.
Jason Jolkowski's disappearance. June is the favourite season of many people. The midsummer is the perfect time to unwind. Jason Jolkowski was doing just that when he picked up the phone. Jason, 19 at the time, was called by his boss from the restaurant he worked at, asking if he could come in early. Jason was described as a hard-working man, but a hailstorm damaged his car and prohibited him from getting to work as he worked 4 miles away from his home. His boss organised for a co-worker to pick him up at the local school, but he never made it to meet with the co-worker. After 15 minutes of waiting for him to arrive, Jason's co-worker called their boss to inform him he was not there. She returned to work another 15 minutes later, and Jason never came to work. Jason's family came home and found him still missing. The family searched for their son. Jason was a religious teenager and not the running away from home type, an honour student at his old school. He did, however, have a mild disability when it came to slurring and speech. He was in financial trouble and required jobs to keep afloat. Jim and Kelly, Jason's parents, were convinced that something disastrous must have happened. He never skipped work and was not with any of his friends either. The following morning, his family reported him as missing, but the police refused to help, telling the parents that the teen likely just went out with friends for the weekend and would surely return. The family and friends of Jason went looking for him, putting up posters and even having news of his disappearance run in the local radio station. By this point, the group of Jason's loved ones were certain he was hurt, if not fearing the worst. No news of his whereabouts ever turned up, but it forced the police into action, and although it was belated, they gave the investigation their all. But by then, it was too late to find worthwhile evidence. There was no evidence at all. He simply vanished. No clues to follow. 2 weeks from his initial disappearance, the police got word of a boy with his description seen at the Mahoney State Park, but found nothing to prove he had been there. The family did everything in their power to find their son, with Kelly even beginning the organisation Protect Jason to raise awareness. Now, 20 years later, his case continues to baffle investigators. Jason lacked funds to leave and begin a new life, nor was he the kind of man to do so. He also planned on working that day, and his car was being repaired. Since he went missing, his bank account and social security number have remained untouched. His family refused to believe the theory that he took his life due to his religious faith, and he was an upbeat individual who presented no sign of sorrow. They believe, to this day, that he was taken, and someone had ended his life. Little is known about what became of him, with no body ever found.
John Brisker's disappearance. Sometimes even fame cannot protect you from the horrors of the world, as was the case with professional basketball player John Brisker. Brisker was an American NBA player playing for the University of Toledo and then moving on to the Pittsburgh Pipers, Pittsburgh Condors, and Seattle Supersonics.
Although a skilled player, he quickly gained a reputation as an explosive and volatile athlete. His teammates reported being frequently frightened by his aggressive, occasionally threatening demeanor, and his willingness to pick fights even during a professional game earned him the nickname the heavyweight champion of the ABA. In one game, he was ejected for fighting after only 2 minutes and attempted to charge back onto the court so many times that he was threatened with arrest unless he went to the locker rooms for the remainder of the game. He was an excellent player, but say something wrong to the guy and you had this feeling he would reach into his bag, take out a firearm and shoot you, remembered Charlie Williams, one of his teammates with the Pittsburgh Condors. It might seem difficult for such a blazing, fiery 6'5" personality to simply disappear without a trace, but that is exactly what happened to Brisker. In March of 1978, after he had been out of the NBA for 3 years and his career seemed to be winding down, he embarked on what appeared to be a business trip to Uganda. He had a 1-month-old daughter with his girlfriend and was interested in establishing a more stable way to provide for his family through launching an import-export business. He called his girlfriend, who was still in Seattle, on April 11th, and that was the last anyone ever heard from the former NBA athlete. Authorities have virtually no information to go off, although Brisker's former teammates and fans have spawned many legends and rumors based on the belief that he might have become a mercenary that met a bad end or had got involved in the Ugandan coup. However, the truth is that nobody has any idea what really happened to him. Although he was declared deceased in order to settle his estate, it is not even certain that he ever arrived in Africa at all. His communication during his absence was spotty and lacked any information that might have helped authorities in either country locate him, and a spokesperson for the FBI in Seattle has said that essentially we don't consider him deceased. The case has been cold ever since, and the lack of even one single lead has been incredibly frustrating for those hoping to receive some closure regarding the fate of the former star. The mystery behind the disappearance has garnered a small following, and many individuals have spent countless hours attempting to track down Brisker, but it truly appears that he vanished without a trace, meaning that he either perished somewhere in Uganda or is alive and well somewhere in the world, but just does not want to be found.
Alfred Al Worden, a prominent figure in the annals of space exploration, was a US astronaut best known for his integral role in the Apollo 15 mission. His impressive career, marked by numerous accolades and firsts, reflects the spirit of exploration and scientific discovery. Born in 1932 in Jackson, Michigan, Worden showed an early interest in aviation. After graduating from the US Military Academy at West Point, he joined the US Air Force, where he served as a pilot, ultimately amassing over 4,000 hours of flight time. He later earned master's degrees in astronautical and aeronautical engineering and instrumentation engineering from the University of Michigan, reflecting his commitment to education and his passion for space. Worden was selected for NASA's astronaut group in 1966, during the height of the Apollo program. His initial role involved supporting the Apollo 9 and Apollo 12 missions from the ground, gaining invaluable experience before his assignment as the command module pilot for Apollo 15 in 1971. Apollo 15 was NASA's fourth manned mission to land on the Moon, but unlike the previous missions, it focused more on scientific exploration. Throughout history, the notion that humans were created by advanced beings has served as a source of inspiration for numerous authors and researchers. Despite being considered as far-fetched by mainstream science, a wealth of compelling evidence has been discovered worldwide by researchers to support this theory. Those who believe in this research have said that there's a significant link between the development of civilizations and advanced entities, and that this is evident in the historical accounts preserved in ancient manuscripts and clay tablets that have endured for millennia. During an interview with Good Morning Britain, Al Worden shared intriguing thoughts on the existence of advanced life. In addition to his space exploration endeavors, Worden expressed a belief in the theory that humans have ancestral connections to ancient advanced beings. During a 2017 appearance on the British television programme Good Morning Britain, he delivered a surprising response to a question about the justification for spending significant funds on space exploration in the midst of numerous challenges plaguing our planet. Specifically, He was queried about his belief in the existence of advanced life. His unexpected answer likely caught the attention of everyone watching the interview. The ex-Apollo 15 astronaut stated that aliens not only exist, but they also visited Earth in ancient times and played a role in the creation of our civilization. To find evidence supporting this claim, one simply needs to examine ancient Sumerian literature. Based on his statements, he held strong faith in the ancient texts of Sumerian civilization. These scriptures depict a time when humans and deities coexisted, with humans serving as the subjects of the gods, and each Sumerian city having its own divine protector. The oldest known account of a Sumerian creation myth was discovered on a tablet unearthed in Nippur, an ancient Mesopotamian city, in 1893. Based on ancient cuneiform tablets, it is believed that Earth was initially governed by deities who resembled humans. These divine beings, upon their arrival on Earth, transformed the planet into a hospitable environment through agricultural cultivation and mining of valuable resources. Moreover, the tablets make reference to a conflict that arose between the gods and their working class. Al Warden said the following: "We are the aliens, but we just think they are somebody else. But we are the ones who came from somewhere else, because somebody else had to survive, and they got into little spacecrafts, and then they came here and landed, and they started civilization here. And if you don't believe me, go get books on ancient Sumerians and see what they had to say. They'll tell you right up front." End quote. Al Warden passed away shortly after this interview. The ancient Sumerians were not only pioneers in fields such as writing, agriculture, and law, but also held intricate beliefs about the origins of humanity. These beliefs, documented in various myths and religious texts, provide fascinating insights into Sumerian cosmology and their understanding of the world. Sumerian mythology paints a rich and vivid picture of the cosmos. At the beginning, they believed, there existed only the primeval sea, which gave birth to heaven and earth. These cosmic entities in turn bore several deities, forming the Sumerian pantheon. Among these were the Anunnaki, a group of deities who were the primary figures in Sumerian cosmology and were instrumental in the creation of humanity. One of the most crucial texts describing human origins is the myth of Enki and Ninmah. According to this narrative, the gods, burdened by the toil of shaping the earth, implored Enki, the god of wisdom and water, to devise a solution. In response, Enki and the birth goddess Ninmah created humans from clay. These beings were intended to bear the labor of the gods, allowing the divine beings to live in leisure. In these stories, the Sumerians depicted humans as being inherently linked to the divine, yet subordinate to it. We were created from the same earth that the gods had shaped, and our primary function was to serve the divine. The Sumerians believed their cities were owned by gods, and that their kingship descended from heaven, reinforcing this notion of serving the divine. Another Sumerian text, the Eridu Genesis, presents a similar narrative, highlighting the Sumerians' view of a direct relationship between gods and humans. However, it also introduces the concept of a catastrophic flood sent by the gods, where only a few selected individuals are saved, a motif that would recur in later Mesopotamian and Abrahamic traditions. It is important to note that Sumerian myths offer different versions and names regarding the creation of humans, reflecting the city-state-based nature of Sumerian civilization, where local deities and myths held sway. Yet, the common thread running through these narratives is the depiction of humanity's creation as a divine act, and humans as beings intended to serve the gods. Enki, a central figure in ancient Sumerian mythology, is a god renowned for his wisdom, creative power, and association with water. His character and narratives significantly influenced Sumerian cosmology, social structure, and understanding of humanity's purpose. Enki, also known as Ea in Akkadian mythology, was believed to reside in the Abzu, the freshwater sea beneath the earth. As the lord of this subterranean aquatic realm, Enki held dominion over all forms of water, including rivers, wells, and rainfall. This association with life-giving water underpinned his role as a fertility god, vital to agriculture in the Sumerian civilization. Beyond his connection to water, Enki was revered as the god of wisdom and intelligence. He was believed to possess the me, divine decrees that formed the foundation of civilization, encompassing elements such as social norms, moral codes, technological knowledge, and arts. Enki's possession of the me made him integral to the functioning and maintenance of societal order and progress in Sumerian belief. In the Sumerian creation myth, Enki played a crucial role. As mentioned in the myth Enki and Ninmah, the gods, burdened by the labor of crafting the world, appealed to Enki for a solution. Despite popular belief, the final frontier not only encompasses space, but also vast expanses of uncharted territory in our oceans. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration reveals that our exploration efforts have barely scratched the surface, with less than 5% of the ocean explored to date. Remarkable discoveries made by underwater archaeologists annually contribute to our understanding of history, serving as a reminder that there is still a great deal awaiting discovery. The Ocean X diving team is well acquainted with enigmatic findings, and one of their extensively documented discoveries involves an intriguing object resting on the Baltic Sea floor. Referred to as the Baltic Sea anomaly, this underwater structure gained widespread attention due to its peculiar appearance. Notably resembling a disc-shaped aircraft, speculation within online communities arose, suggesting the possibility of an advanced aerial vehicle being unearthed by the diving team. With a diameter of 60 meters, the Baltic Sea anomaly resides in the depths of the northern Baltic Sea. This remarkable find was made by Peter Lindberg, Dennis Asberg, and their renowned Swedish diving team in June 2011. Interestingly, the group has recently returned to the site and said that they have an update, noting that more strange activity happened while they were directly above the object. The research team stumbled upon a fascinating discovery while on their expedition to locate an ancient shipwreck. While passing over the object, they detected an intriguing reading that piqued their curiosity. According to Ocean X, this enigmatic anomaly measures approximately 3 to 4 meters in thickness and has a diameter of around 60 meters. Notably, the object rests on a sturdy pillar-like structure, towering at about 8 meters in height, located between 85 and 90 meters below the surface. Despite the seemingly shallow depth, the visibility in the area is extremely poor, making it challenging for the team to observe their surroundings. Curiously, during their initial encounter, the team encountered equipment malfunctions, which inexplicably ceased upon passing the object. Initially attributing it to chance, the team retraced their steps, only to face the same issue with their equipment again. This has prompted the team to hypothesize that the object emits some form of electromagnetic field. They have conducted multiple tests, consistently experiencing equipment failure whenever they approach the anomaly. According to skilled diver Stefan Hogeborn, he experienced a peculiar phenomenon while diving. He mentioned that any electronic devices, including a satellite phone, ceased to function when they were near the object. However, once they distanced themselves approximately 200 meters from the object, the devices began working again. Surprisingly, the devices malfunctioned once more when they returned above the object. Those that looked into the object said that it was natural. However, the divers have contested this claim by pointing out that natural formations do not have the ability to deactivate electrical equipment or possess a disc-like shape. Dennis Asberg, alongside the diving team from Ocean X, has recently unveiled an unprecedented photograph of the anomaly. According to Dennis, this image has never been witnessed before. While he has chosen to withhold certain specifics, he has revealed his intention to delve further into the matter during a podcast hosted by himself and his son. The podcast, named Dennis World, will provide an opportunity for a more detailed discussion on the subject matter. He said that he's released a never-before-seen image of the Baltic Sea anomaly. The picture was taken in 2012, and Dennis said that if you look at the picture, you can see a triangle with a hole. It's hard to see, and therefore Dennis uploaded a picture with a red line, and you can see that the plate is covered with sediment as well, and below you see burnt organic material. The picture was taken on the side of the object. According to individuals who have observed the image, the longer you gaze at it, the more distinct features become apparent. They have noticed the presence of defined edges and openings that directly penetrate the structure, which was initially described during the team's initial exploration. One user remarked that it resembles debris from the ocean, with coral growth accumulated on its surface. This perpendicular perspective grants us a more comprehensive view of the object, allowing us to discern a solid entity hidden beneath the coral. Upon the initial identification of the item, the team had inquiries, prompting them to investigate it further. However, their investigation only raised additional queries. As the divers approached the abnormality, they noticed a seemingly dark staircase that extended into the object. Notably, samples were sent for analysis in an attempt to determine its composition. According to Steve Weiner's assessments, the object was determined to not be a natural geological formation, but rather constructed from metals not found in nature. The team from Ocean X mentioned that when they were exploring the depths of the ocean, they observed a colossal structure that appeared even larger due to the darkness. They compared its size to that of a passenger plane and noted the challenges they faced while navigating in such conditions. Interestingly, they noticed a trail behind the object, which was also confirmed by sonar images. This has led to speculations that the object might have crashed and skidded along the ocean floor. The divers discovered visible skid marks in that area. Additionally, the researchers noticed peculiar carvings on the surface of the object, which appeared unnatural. The wreckage is located approximately 90 meters deep, and the muddy waters make it extremely difficult to capture footage or photographs of the site. The team revisited the location once more, deploying a remotely operated vehicle during their investigation. However, when the remotely operated vehicle approached the anomaly at a distance of a few meters, the compass started malfunctioning unpredictably. What's noteworthy is that a similar occurrence took place during their initial encounter with the anomaly. Peter Lindbergh commented that due to extremely poor visibility and the uncontrollable compass, it was challenging to track the remotely operated vehicle's location accurately. The compass seemed to be functioning independently, and the tether frequently got entangled. Many knowledgeable individuals have shared accounts of an anomaly referred to as the equipment turning off phenomenon. According to these reports, when pilots and fishing vessels come across unidentified aircraft, they often experience a sudden and complete loss of power or energy in their electrical devices. Numerous incidents have been documented where unidentified objects have been associated with the sudden shutdown of various types of equipment, including planes, tractors, cars, buses, motorcycles, and even lawnmowers. Interestingly, the affected devices typically resume functioning once the unidentified craft departs. One testimonial originates from a fishing crew aboard a vessel. They recounted an incident where they observed an unidentified object in the sky, causing a complete shutdown of all their electronic devices, including the ship's radio transmission to shore. Approximately 15 minutes later, when the object had moved away, everything returned to normal, although the fishermen noted that their mobile phones were also drained of power. Surprisingly, similar accounts have been shared by fishermen worldwide, reporting encounters with peculiar objects near their fishing vessels at night, consistently resulting in disturbances to their equipment. Currently, limited research has been conducted on this phenomenon, with only eyewitnesses recounting these experiences. However, some pilots have come forward, attesting to the influence of these objects on their aircraft as well. A fisherman shared the following account of an unusual encounter they had while fishing near Jersey. It was late at night, around 10:30, when the fisherman and his son noticed a distant light. As they approached for a better look, they couldn't discern any details because the object was too far away. However, moments later, the light seemed to descend and land in the ocean, resembling a lantern. Approximately 5 minutes later, the son spotted the light again, but this time it was much closer and moving beneath the water's surface. They observed as it passed under their boat, causing their VHF radio to flicker through different channels. Notably, the boat's lights turned off and the engine stalled. In darkness, they watched as the eerie light traversed the length of the boat. Suddenly, the object ascended from the ocean, swiftly disappearing over the horizon within seconds. Miraculously, once it departed, all on-board equipment powered back on. Despite the vivid encounter, they are unable to determine the nature of what they witnessed. Reluctant to share the story due to potential skepticism, they initially mistook the light for a lantern due to its faint glow. However, upon closer proximity, the The vibrant colors of the object made it difficult to focus on. Unfortunately, both their phones were drained of battery that night, preventing them from capturing any photographs. Regardless, they have not encountered the object again since that incident. Many who followed this story believe that the Baltic Sea anomaly couldn't be an unidentified submerged object. USOs, or unidentified submerged objects, are a fascinating and mysterious phenomenon that has captivated the imagination of researchers and enthusiasts alike. While unidentified flying objects are commonly associated with sightings in the sky, USOs refer to unidentified objects that are observed beneath the surface of bodies of water, such as oceans, lakes, and rivers. USOs have been reported throughout history, with accounts dating back centuries. Tales of strange objects emerging from the depths have been passed down through generations, sparking curiosity and intrigue. However, it was not until the modern era that USOs began to receive more attention and scrutiny. Numerous reports of USO sightings have surfaced from different parts of the world, including the Bermuda Triangle, the Pacific Ocean, and the Great Lakes. Witnesses often describe the objects as glowing or emitting lights, moving in a controlled manner underwater and displaying remarkable speed and agility. The explanations for USOs vary, with some suggesting natural phenomena as the cause, while others entertain the possibility of extraterrestrial or advanced human-made technology. One natural explanation is the presence of bioluminescent organisms, which can create light patterns and unusual glows underwater. However, this explanation does not account for the structured movements and high speeds reported by witnesses. Another hypothesis suggests that USOs could be advanced military or experimental submarines or underwater vehicles. It is well known that various governments around the world have been conducting research and development in underwater technologies, and some speculate that certain USO sightings may be related to secret military operations. However, the absence of official acknowledgement or confirmation of such advanced technology adds to the mystery surrounding USOs. The study of USOs is complex due to the challenges associated with exploring and investigating the depths of our oceans. The vastness and extreme conditions of underwater environments make it difficult to conduct thorough research and gather concrete evidence. Additionally, the lack of mainstream scientific attention and funding dedicated to USO research further hampers our understanding of these phenomena. As of right now, USOs continue to be a subject of great interest and speculation. Reported sightings and encounters suggest the existence of underwater objects that defy conventional explanations. While natural phenomena and terrestrial technology may account for some cases, the possibility of extraterrestrial involvement cannot be ruled out entirely. Further scientific research and exploration of our planet's oceans are crucial to unraveling the mysteries surrounding USOs and shedding light on this intriguing phenomenon. Recently, there's been a lot of talk about alleged aliens that have been found in Peru. As of right now, people can't seem to agree on what they are, but to add more confusion to this story, someone has just come forward and revealed that they found another one of these entities close to Nazca, Peru. In the arid deserts of Nazca, Peru, the explorer said that with his camera, he ventured into the rugged landscape, determined to uncover the secrets hidden beneath the Earth's surface. The man reported that he stumbled upon a concealed entrance to a cavern, saying that its location, obscured by centuries of shifting sands, had preserved its mysteries from prying eyes. Undeterred by the heat, the man said that he was looking for artifacts, and said that he cautiously ventured into the cave, his camera capturing every step of his descent into the subterranean world. As he ventured deeper into the cave, the dim light revealed an astounding sight. Nestled within a crevice, he discovered an intricately carved stone artifact, its surface adorned with enigmatic symbols and figures that bore an uncanny resemblance to the famous Nazca lines. This enigmatic artifact piqued his interest and set the stage for a discovery that would defy belief. As he continued to explore the cave's depths, he stumbled upon an even more astonishing find, a small, humanoid figure lying motionless on a stone altar. Its skin was a pale, ashen grey, and its almond-shaped eyes, large and dark, stared blankly into the abyss, and the creature's features were distinctly unlike any terrestrial being he had ever seen. Fear and fascination coursed through him as he approached the small grey alien, carefully documenting his discovery with his camera. The creature lay still, neither breathing nor showing any signs of life. Its presence in the cave, far removed from any known civilization, defied all rational explanation. The man knew that he had stumbled upon a revelation of profound significance, and detailed that the mysterious humanoid was covered in gold artifacts, some of which had strange markings on them. Oddly enough, after the photographs were shared to social media, some pointed out that the markings were similar to ancient Sumerian texts, and one user said that they are using artificial intelligence in order to translate what it says. The existence of a potential extraterrestrial being within the cave would forever alter humanity's understanding of the cosmos. The explorer's heart raced as he considered the implications of his discovery and the profound questions it raised about our place in the universe. He reported that the small grey alien was surrounded by various mysterious artifacts, and he said that he knew that he needed to document his discovery meticulously, preserving the integrity of the cave and the artifact. His camera became his most trusted ally, as he captured every detail of the alien and its surroundings. The small grey alien, despite its appearance, conveyed an aura of vulnerability and fragility, and the man said that he felt a profound responsibility to ensure the creature's story was told accurately and respectfully. As of right now, critics questioned the authenticity of the small grey alien, suggesting elaborate hoaxes and manipulations. However, many said that it's very unlikely that all of the photographs that we posted were fake. Oddly enough, these photographs were posted 2 years ago, which many have said adds credibility, further saying that this proves they were not posted because of the recent Peru entities. Many who have researched these cases have said that Peru is known for its ancient civilizations, breathtaking landscapes, and rich cultural heritage, and has also become a site of fascination for those intrigued by the possibility of extraterrestrial life. Over the years, numerous claims and reports have emerged regarding alien encounters and unidentified flying objects in the skies above this South American nation. While skepticism persists, these accounts have sparked curiosity and discussion about the potential existence of aliens in Peru. The Nazca lines, etched into the arid desert plains of southern Peru, are among the most enigmatic archaeological mysteries in the world. These enormous geoglyphs, which depict intricate figures, animals, and geometric shapes, have inspired a range of theories, including the idea that they were created with the guidance of ancient astronauts or extraterrestrial beings. Proponents of the ancient astronaut theory argue that the precision and scale of the Nazca lines are beyond the capabilities of the ancient Nazca people. They suggest that aliens may have played a role in the construction of these enormous designs, potentially using the lines as runways or landing sites for their spacecraft. While the mainstream archaeological community largely dismisses these claims, the Nazca lines continue to capture the imagination of those intrigued by the possibility of extraterrestrial involvement in ancient human history. A contractor affiliated with NASA has expressed interest in conducting a detailed investigation on the purported extraterrestrial remains that were presented to the Congress of Mexico during a highly debated UFO disclosure hearing. According to news outlets, Mr. Moussan, an experienced journalist and renowned researcher into the unknown, recently showcased the corpses and revealed that he has been approached by an unidentified third-party contractor. This individual expressed interest in conducting a thorough DNA investigation on behalf of the United States Space Agency. Moussan stated that this investigation could potentially shed light on the mysterious origins of these extraterrestrial entities. In a recent development, it has been revealed that the news regarding alleged alien corpses has surfaced merely a week after Dr. David Spergel, the eminent investigator employed by NASA, was questioned about this matter. Interestingly, Dr. Spergel refrained from completely dismissing these claims, leaving room for further investigation and exploration. During a press briefing, Dr. Spergel emphasized the importance of understanding the nature of the samples. He advised individuals who come across unusual specimens to share them with the global scientific community, allowing for a comprehensive examination of their contents. By involving experts from around the world, we can collectively delve into the mysteries these samples may hold and gain a deeper understanding of their essence. In a groundbreaking event that captured worldwide attention, Mosan initially revealed a remarkable discovery, a duo of purportedly ancient corpses estimated to be a millennium old, supposedly recovered from a cave in Peru. This unveiling took place during a pivotal gathering focused on unidentified flying objects, hosted by the General Congress of the United Mexican States. Although Mosan proclaimed the unearthing of these bodies to be a momentous event in the annals of human history, his presentation has faced strong criticism and opposition from various quarters, including scientists, anthropologists, and even certain enthusiasts. During this week, there has been a noticeable escalation in the intensity of the ongoing debate, as Peru's Minister of Culture took a significant step by filing criminal charges against Mosan and his associates. Peru's Culture Ministry, as of 2022, has taken the initiative to designate a staggering number of approximately 26,000 protected archaeological sites across the country. However, despite their commendable efforts, the ministry has encountered budget constraints in their relentless pursuit to safeguard these invaluable artifacts from falling into the hands of unscrupulous black market antiquities dealers. According to the statements by Mosan, he personally took the initiative to approach the Ministry of Culture and requested their involvement in conducting a thorough investigation into this discovery. According to Mosan, he states that there have been repeated unsuccessful attempts to accomplish the task. Multiple efforts were made, including the sending of numerous letters. Mosan recently said that NASA acknowledges the need for thorough investigation into these remains. Mosan revealed that a contractor affiliated with NASA eagerly accepted the challenge. This contractor, whose expertise lies in DNA analysis, operates as a specialized laboratory dedicated to the intricate task of deciphering remains. Despite numerous endeavors made by news outlets, both through phone calls and emails, NASA's Office of Public Affairs remains inaccessible as they have not responded to any requests for comment. Mosan expressed apprehension regarding the potential negative impact of excessive transparency at this stage of the ongoing investigations. He emphasized the delicate nature of these inquiries and the need for careful handling. When questioned by news outlets, Mosan chose not to reveal the specific identity of the contractor affiliated with NASA. He mentioned that the person involved in this project is a contractor affiliated with NASA, but said that unfortunately he couldn't provide any further details. However, despite his previous role as a chief investigative reporter, the Mexican broadcaster expressed a willingness to speculate on the future actions of the NASA contractor. According to Mosan, it is his belief that the individuals in question will be traveling to Peru and subsequently to Mexico. Their purpose for visiting these locations is to carry out a thorough examination of the bodies and obtain samples for conducting their own independent DNA investigation. Over the course of several years, Mosan has dedicated himself to attracting the attention and interest of professional scientists towards the exploration of ancient artifacts from Latin America. While his journey has had its fair share of obstacles and achievements, it is important to note that the current level of international scrutiny surrounding this topic is unparalleled. Mosan, in his statement, expressed a legitimate concern regarding the potential risks of excessive transparency during the early stages of the ongoing investigations. Scientists have just announced that scans on the two aliens presented in Mexico suggest that they are not assembled or manipulated. Experts remain skeptical regarding Mosan's assertions about the existence of non-human beings, following a peculiar presentation he made to the Congress of his country. Two purported beings, which were brought before Mexico's legislative body by an individual whose credibility is in question, underwent medical examination, provoking allegations from scientists that it may all be a deceitful ploy. During a recent event, Mosan caused a peculiar interruption when he showcased a collection of small skeletons, each measuring around 2 feet in length. These intriguing discoveries were presented to lawmakers, carefully displayed in large wooden caskets. According to Mr. Mosan, he asserts that these bodies, discovered in Peru, are not of human origin and do not align with our evolutionary lineage on Earth. Scientists and academics, in their ongoing effort to maintain credibility and uphold scientific rigor, have refuted the veracity of the findings presented by Mr. Mosan, regarding them as yet another publicity stunt. However, in Mexico City, medical professionals working at a laboratory conducted X-ray and CT scans on the bodies, utilizing advanced imaging techniques to examine and analyze them in detail. According to the researchers, the skeletal remains under discussion belong to one specific individual and have not been connected or attached to any other bones or body parts. The recorded video footage capturing the team conducting the tests reveals an intriguing discovery. One of the bodies on display exhibits distinct physical characteristics, such as an elongated head, slanted eyes, and a small upturned nose. During a public hearing in the US Congress, there were moments that reminded some of a science fiction film. The hearing aimed to address allegations that the government is concealing its understanding of unidentified objects. The hearing received significant attention both in the United States and globally, as it featured testimonies from 3 crucial witnesses, one of whom was David Grush, a former intelligence official who blew the whistle and stated in June that the United States possesses advanced technology that are either fully or partially intact. He recently came forward and said the following: "I just wanted to put enough out there, touch on all the sensitive parts, like the biologics side and things that really needed to come out. But I don't want to overly disclose because that's not my job, but enough to put the flag out there that we need to elevate this. This is serious, and some of the uncomfortable stuff like the biologics, you need to understand that baggage is coming with it." The White House has just responded to David Grush's statements that were made at the UAP hearing. John Kirby made the statement. He is a former Rear Admiral in the United States Navy. Currently, he holds the position of Coordinator for Strategic Communications at the National Security Council in the White House. He said the following: "I have no information on that to provide for you today. I will just say what I said last week when I got asked about this. We obviously take the issue of unidentified aerial phenomenon seriously. There's a whole office at the Pentagon that is set up to analyze the data, collect reports, collate those reports, and forward them up appropriately. And I think that's testament of the fact that we know in some cases that these phenomena have impacted military training and have then impacted military radius. If the president didn't believe that the sightings by pilots were serious enough to be considered, he wouldn't have wanted the Pentagon to stand up in office to look at this, to analyze the data, to collect reports, to provide a system by which we can collate the information and better figure out what we've got. In recent years, there has been an increase in the visibility of unidentified objects as a news topic. The US military is making efforts to actively investigate the limited number of sightings that cannot be easily explained. During the proceedings, no groundbreaking information regarding extraterrestrial beings was revealed. However, witnesses made surprising claims, leading to a prevailing belief that there is a hidden agenda within the US government. According to David Grush, who was in charge of analyzing unexplained anomalous phenomena within a US Department of Defense agency until 2023, the US government conducted a long-term initiative to collect and study crashed unidentified objects. During a public meeting convened by the United States Congress on Wednesday, July 26th, significant revelations were shared by 3 highly regarded and honorable former military officials, shedding light on the government's awareness of unidentified objects. This comprehensive discussion delved deep into the subject matter, providing a wealth of detailed information and insightful commentary. During a hearing before a House Oversight Subcommittee, 3 individuals provided compelling testimony, revealing the existence of an ongoing and extensive program within the United States military. This program's objective is to recover and study the advanced technology associated with unidentified aerial phenomena. The witnesses offered credible insights into the nature of this program and shed light on the military's efforts to reverse engineer and understand the capabilities of these mysterious aerial objects. The transparent revelations presented in these statements are undeniably official and strongly imply that the individuals in positions of authority within the United States government possess a significantly greater understanding of advanced beings than what they publicly convey. These disclosures not only reinforce the notion that there is concealed knowledge surrounding the subject, but also suggest a deliberate intent to withhold such information from the public. The declaration that sparked controversy was made by 3 courageous individuals who willingly took an oath to affirm its validity. These remarkable individuals include David Fravor, a retired Navy commander who showed great bravery in coming forward. Another key participant is David Grush, a former representative of the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Task Force at the US Department of Defense, bringing invaluable expertise and insight to the declaration. Lastly, Ryan Graves, the executive director of Americans for Safe Aerospace, played a vital role in making this declaration. Together, these three individuals, with their extensive backgrounds and experiences, boldly stepped forward to reveal the truth behind what's been happening. During a discussion, retired Major Grush made a noteworthy statement regarding the knowledge possessed by the US government pertaining to non-human activity dating back to the 1930s. He firmly stated that he possesses absolute certainty in asserting that the US federal government has a wide range of unidentified flying objects within its possession. Furthermore, he mentioned conducting interviews with over 40 individuals over the span of 4 years who have convincingly reinforced this fact. This revelation sheds light on the government's extensive historical involvement with non-human phenomena and their collection of unidentified objects. Major Grush's in-depth exploration of the topic, along with his extensive interviews, provide a comprehensive understanding of the US government's knowledge and possession of unidentified objects throughout history. During an interview with Australian journalist Ross Coulthart, Grush brought to light the existence of significant misconduct carried out by specific defense contractors with regards to UFO secrecy. He made it known that he possesses knowledge about instances of white-collar crime that were committed in order to conceal the truth about unidentified aerial phenomena. Grush's testimony offered some intriguing clues, providing a glimpse into the nature of these wrongdoings. The details he shared shed light on the extent of the cover-up and hinted at possible motives behind it. This revelation brings about a deeper understanding of the complex web of secrecy surrounding UAP sightings and the lengths to which certain entities have gone to keep the truth hidden. Jared Moskowitz's line of questioning proved to be highly significant and stood out as one of the most crucial moments of the day's proceedings. During the intense questioning, Moskowitz continuously posed a series of inquiries, while Grush, displaying a deep understanding and unwavering assurance, provided detailed answers that exposed a widespread misuse of authority among both government agencies and private companies involved in independent development and research initiatives. As of right now, those who have been investigating this story have said that a smear campaign is happening right now against David Grush. Air Force and intelligence community veteran David Grush has ignited an intense debate surrounding the existence of unidentified objects. These claims, both historic and highly controversial, have encountered resistance from skeptics due to their extraordinary nature. Amongst Grush's most astonishing assertions is the revelation of a non-human intelligence presence on our planet. Additionally, he alleges that the United States government has initiated a crash retrieval program specifically aimed at reverse engineering advanced spacecrafts. However, despite the publication of an exclusive interview with Grush by Australian journalist Ross Coulthart, these extraordinary claims continue to be the subject of dispute. Intriguingly, the story took a serious turn when the veteran decided to testify under oath, adding a new layer of importance and significance to his account. After testifying under oath, both Grush and Coulthart issued a cautionary statement, highlighting that the intelligence community would respond to their claims from various perspectives. One publication, in an attempt to undermine David Grush's credibility, published a critical article targeting his health issues, particularly his struggle with post-traumatic stress disorder following his services. This hit piece is just one in a series of attempts made by several critics to discredit Grush's assertions. A few hours ago, there was an update about the Peru entities, with the indigenous community of San Antonio saying that they witnessed lights appear in the sky. Residents are asking people to go there with high-quality cameras. Oddly enough, the phenomena only descends near the ground far away from crowds, mainly when villagers are alone, but one villager was able to capture one of the entities on camera. In the remote area of San Antonio, Peru, an unassuming man unwittingly became a witness to an encounter that defied the boundaries of human understanding, a sighting of a glowing humanoid entity. Armed with a camera, the man embarked on a nocturnal excursion, intending to capture the mysterious lights that had been seen throughout the area. As he focused his camera on the night sky, the man noticed an inexplicable glow amidst the darkness. At first, he dismissed it as a trick of the light, or perhaps a celestial phenomenon. However, as the glow intensified and took on a discernible form, his skepticism gave way to awe and astonishment. There, amidst the foliage, stood a humanoid figure emitting an ethereal radiance. The figure before the man was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Its luminous form bathed the surroundings in an otherworldly glow, illuminating its contours and features. With its limbs and proportions resembling those of a human, it was unmistakably humanoid. Yet its radiance and aura defied earthly explanation. The creature gave of a bright light, which caused the man to become disoriented. He said that the light hurt his eyes, but that he was determined to capture evidence of whatever this creature was. The mysterious encounters that have been happening in San Antonio, Peru, raises profound questions about the nature of advanced life, interdimensional beings, and the mysteries that may lie beyond the frontiers of human perception. Since the 8th of August, Peru has been trending on social media, with more and more residents coming forward with stories and eyewitness accounts of alleged entities that have been reported throughout the area. Someone by the name of Gustavo shared an interesting photograph and update about what's happening in the area, and it seems that the sightings are not slowing down. This is the latest photograph that allegedly depicts the mysterious entities that have been encountered by the locals. The man said that the reason the entity's legs appear to be giving off light is because it was accompanied by a glowing orb, something that was detailed in earlier reports. Residents said that these entities were either giving off light themselves, or they were accompanied by something that was giving off bright lights. The original uploader said that the photograph was captured on the 9th of August. One of the residents said that it's only been in the last few days that these sightings have been picked up by news outlets, and said that locals have been encountering them now for several weeks. He said that they are extremely difficult to capture, and due to the bright lights they give off, it makes it difficult to photograph them. The man then detailed that several locals took it upon themselves to take out one of these beings, but said that bullets did nothing to them, suggesting that it was like they were wearing armor. The man continued by saying that the lights are blinding, and even theorized that they may have been used to disorientate the locals. Mysterious lights seem to be a common theme with these sightings, and as of right now it's not entirely understood what's creating these lights. Oddly enough, many people throughout the area have reported witnessing glowing orbs. These luminous, spherical objects have been reported close to where these entities have been encountered. Those who investigate the unknown have said that glowing orbs are typically described as spherical objects that emit a soft, often pulsating light. Witnesses report a range of colors, including white, orange, blue, and green. These orbs are observed to move silently through the sky, sometimes hovering in place or executing rapid and unpredictable maneuvers. Unlike conventional aircraft, they lack visible wings, rotors, or any discernible means of propulsion. Interestingly, all of these reports are happening just a few weeks after the US Congress conducted a significant hearing on unidentified objects. While previous encounters with advanced beings often revolved around the unearthing of peculiar technology in isolated settings, the most recent accounts originate from a rural area in northeastern Lima, Peru. According to local villagers, they are currently facing an onslaught from armor-clad aliens standing at an imposing height of 7 feet, bearing a striking resemblance to large grey or insectoid entities. A common theme with these sightings that have been reported across Peru is that the entities have big heads and large black eyes. According to local reports from the Iquitu indigenous people, the strange beings have been launching attacks on the community since July 11th, including one particular incident involving a woman who was grabbed from behind. The beings in question are believed to wear protective armor and give off a bright light. The residents from the remote region have requested assistance from the authorities. In response, the police and navy have been deployed to the area, and local residents have taken the initiative to conduct nighttime patrols. One of the locals said that their heads are elongated, and their eyes have a black hue. This enables them to have a clear view of their surroundings before disappearing. Their proficiency lies in their ability to evade capture, and that as of right now, residents have only been able to capture blurry photographs of them. Based on information from local news outlets, villagers have drawn a comparison between the mysterious beings and pilakaras, legendary creatures that are known to take out humans. Despite the unlikelihood of this claim, it hasn't deterred online users from embracing it. One possible theory suggests that these beings are drones that operate in the area. However, this explanation doesn't explain what these beings are, or why there are a large number of mysterious orbs that have been reported throughout the area. One of the key challenges in understanding these orbs lies in distinguishing between natural phenomena and potential unidentified crafts. While natural explanations are possible, some researchers propose that glowing orbs could be the result of advanced technology, possibly piloted by advanced beings or utilizing unconventional propulsion systems. These theories suggest that these orbs might be surveillance devices, energy sources, or even probes sent to observe and study Earth. The ability to emit light could be related to their propulsion mechanisms or communication systems. The appearance of glowing orbs has historical and cultural significance in various societies. In some mythologies and folklore, luminous orbs are associated with spiritual beings, divine messengers, or portents of future events. These cultural influences can shape witnesses' interpretations of their experiences, leading to narratives that blend the mystical and the otherworldly. The consistent descriptions of glowing orbs from witnesses across Peru lend weight to the phenomenon's credibility. Witness testimonies often share common themes, such as the orb's ability to move noiselessly, change direction abruptly, and exhibit luminosity that defies conventional aircraft lighting patterns. The allure of advanced beings has captivated the human imagination for centuries, and one of the most iconic and widely recognized forms of these visitors is what's referred to as the Grey. Among the many regions of the world with purported encounters, Peru stands out as a place where individuals have reported close encounters with these enigmatic entities. Reports of encounters in Peru often intersect with the broader phenomenon and the narrative of visitations. Individuals who believe they have encountered one of these entities often recount experiences of being taken. These narratives might be influenced by a combination of genuine experiences, dreams, altered states of consciousness, and societal influences. The reports of these encounters in Peru are part of a global tapestry of unidentified phenomena and narratives. Whether these encounters are genuine interactions with beings from beyond Earth or manifestations of cultural influences and psychological tendencies, they represent a profound aspect of human experience, a desire to explore the unknown, to connect with the cosmos, and to understand our place within the vast expanse of the universe. This strange object has been spotted above China. One user by the name of Lee said that they've always been fascinated by the night sky, and said they've spent countless hours gazing up at the stars and planets, marveling at the mysteries of the universe. Although they didn't see this strange object, they reported that it was posted on a social media group they follow. The witness who saw the phenomena said that at first it was just a small, faint light in the distance, moving slowly across the sky. But as they watched, the light grew brighter and larger, until it was clear that it was not a star or planet, but something much stranger. The object was unlike anything they had ever seen before. It was shaped like a giant staircase, with a series of smaller orbs and lights rotating around its center. As it drew closer, the eyewitness could see that the smaller orbs were changing colors and emitting a strange, pulsating energy. They watched in amazement as the object moved closer and closer until it was hovering directly above their house, casting an eerie, otherworldly glow over the surrounding area. They could feel something being emitted from the object and said they felt a sense of both awe and fear wash over them. For what felt like hours, they watched as the object hovered in the sky, seemingly studying the earth below. The eyewitness reported that they could see strange symbols and patterns etched into the surface of the object, and said that it was unlike anything they had seen before. As suddenly as it had appeared, the object began to move away, disappearing into the distance. For weeks afterward, the eyewitness could not shake the image of the strange object from his mind. Luckily enough, They managed to take a photograph of the event, which they then shared to social media in order to get some answers for what it was that they saw. Various ideas have been presented to explain what the object was, with some saying that it was a type of atmospheric anomaly, while those interested in the unknown put forward the idea that it could have been a piece of technology that was cloaked, and that due to the sun's rays, it partially revealed the object. Oddly enough, one user by the name of Samantha said that she had seen a similar-looking object. She reported that she often dreamed of witnessing something strange and mysterious for herself. One evening, as she was driving home from work, Samantha saw something in the sky that she could not explain. At first, she thought it was a plane or a helicopter, but as she drew closer, she realized that it was something far stranger. The object was hovering in the sky, its shape resembling that of a ladder, with a series of rungs that seemed to be holding it in place. The object glowed with an eerie, pulsating light, and Samantha could feel the heat and energy emanating from it. As she watched, the object began to move, hovering over the road in front of her car. Samantha could see strange symbols and patterns etched into the surface of the object, and she knew that whatever it was not of this world. For what felt like hours, Samantha watched as the ladder-like object moved slowly across the sky, seemingly studying the earth below. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest, and she wondered if she was the only one who had witnessed the strange and otherworldly sight. As suddenly as it had appeared, the object began to move away, accelerating at an incredible speed and disappearing into the distance. Samantha sat in her car, stunned and overwhelmed by what she had just witnessed. For weeks afterward, Samantha could not shake the image of the strange, ladder-like object from her mind. She told her friends and family about what she had seen, but most dismissed her story as the product of an overactive imagination. But Samantha knew what she had seen, and she was determined to uncover the truth. She spent hours researching online, poring over books and articles about sightings and mysterious encounters, trying to find others who had witnessed the strange ladder-like object in the sky. Eventually, Samantha's search led her to a group of like-minded individuals, a small community of amateur astronomers and enthusiasts who had seen similar objects in the sky above their homes and communities. Together, they shared information and theories about the strange ladder-like object, trying to piece together the puzzle of its origins and purpose. They scoured the internet, looking for any clues or evidence that might help them understand the mysterious object. For Samantha, the experience had been both exhilarating and terrifying. She had seen something that defied explanation, and it had opened her mind to a whole new world of possibilities. When people witness strange lights or objects in the sky that they cannot explain, their first instinct may be to assume that they have seen an unidentified object. However, many of these sightings can be attributed to natural phenomena, such as weather patterns or astronomical events. One common explanation for unidentified objects is misidentified aircraft or satellites. A low-flying airplane or a satellite reflecting sunlight can appear as a bright light moving quickly across the sky, leading people to believe that they have seen something otherworldly. Similarly, weather phenomena such as lightning, ball lightning, or sprites can create strange and unexpected visual effects in the sky. These atmospheric events can cause glowing orbs, strange shapes, or unusual patterns in the sky that can be easily misinterpreted as unidentified objects. Astronomical events, such as meteor showers or other celestial bodies entering the Earth's atmosphere, can also cause unusual sightings. For example, the appearance of a meteor or comet can create a bright and unusual light display in the sky, leading some to mistake it for an unidentified object. Even natural phenomena on the ground, such as swamp gas or bioluminescent creatures, can create strange and unexpected lights and shapes in the sky that may be misinterpreted as strange objects. In some cases, psychological factors, such as suggestibility or hallucinations, may play a role in mysterious sightings. People who are already predisposed to believing in advanced life or who have experienced a traumatic event may be more likely to interpret strange phenomena as evidence of unidentified objects. It is also worth noting that in many cases, sightings are simply hoaxes or misunderstandings. People may fabricate sightings for attention or profit, while others may mistake common objects such as balloons or drones for unidentified objects. While it is true that some sightings may be genuine sightings of unexplained phenomena, the majority of sightings can be explained by natural phenomena or human error. It is important to approach reports of unidentified objects with a critical eye and to consider all possible explanations before jumping to conclusions. As of right now, while the idea of unidentified objects may be fascinating, it is important to recognize that natural phenomena can account for the majority of reported sightings. In April, a family-owned dairy farm in Texas experienced an explosion and fire that led to the loss of over 18,000 cows. Those on the scene reported that a fire broke out in a building at Southfork Dairy near Dimmitt and quickly spread to holding pens. The Castro County Sheriff's Office reported that firefighters managed to rescue one worker from the burning building. The investigation into the fire's cause is ongoing, and the farm is located in one of the largest milk-producing counties in the state. The Animal Welfare Institute, which is one of the longest-standing animal protection organizations in the United States, has urged the government to enact federal legislation to prevent fires in agricultural facilities that cause massive casualties among livestock every year. Marjorie Fishman, the spokesperson, stated that this is the most fatal fire incident related to cattle in the past 10 years since their monitoring began in 2013. According to a statement from the Animal Welfare Institute, there is currently a lack of federal regulations for protecting animals from fires, and only a small number of states have implemented fire protection codes for such structures. Texas is not among the states with these codes. Over the last decade, about 6.5 million farm animals, primarily poultry, have perished in infernos of this nature. Oddly enough, back in January, approximately 100,000 hens had been lost due to a fire that occurred at Hillendale Farms. The incident was reported on January 28th, when firefighters were alerted of a massive blaze that affected the farm located on Schwartz Road. More than 100 firefighters and 16 crews were dispatched to extinguish the fire that caused severe damage to a farm and its chicken coop. The Department of Agriculture revealed that around 100,000 egg-laying hens perished due to the blaze. No further details have been released by the authorities, who are conducting an investigation into the incident. Officials confirmed that all personnel at the egg processing facility successfully evacuated, and the cause of the fire remains unknown. According to a knowledgeable user, a pattern seems to emerge in specific events that occur during a shortage, rather than a coincidence. This fact was noticed by the speaker and others, using the example of the recent situation with food processing plants. One user observed that this recent incident involving an egg processing facility is just one example of this pattern. The user expressed surprise that some people fail to recognize such patterns. According to the user, something seems to be happening to farms in the United States, and they suspect that these farms are being attacked. While authorities are discussing the impact of factors such as poverty on food production, the user notes the absence of any mention of numerous food processing plants that are being destroyed by fires. They acknowledge the need for investigations into these events, but observe that news coverage about them tends to disappear after a few days. Some individuals have disputed the theory that the fire was intentionally set. According to a knowledgeable source, the barns contain numerous items that are known for easily sparking flames, including electrical equipment, wood, and heaters. Additionally, there isn't any evidence suggesting anything abnormal occurred on the premises. Moreover, no investigation has been conducted yet to establish the cause of the fire. Therefore, it's essential not to make rash conclusions. An analysis released by the Animal Welfare Institute has revealed that over 518,000 animals perished in 2021 alone. These numbers illustrate the dire need for the agricultural industry to prioritize fire safety and prevention measures on farms. It is important to note that these figures are likely underestimated, given the scale of the problem. According to the Animal Welfare Institute, many fire departments and governmental bodies do not report or acknowledge the number of animals that perish in fires. Even when these agencies do provide data to the United States Fire Administration, the information often does not include animal fatalities, even in the most severe incidents that can involve large numbers of deceased animals. Barn fires can affect different types of farms, ranging from hobby farms with only a few animals to large-scale commercial facilities housing numerous animals. Although the root cause of most fires in 2022 has not been definitively determined, it is believed that several resulted from faulty or inappropriately positioned heating tools, or, to a lesser extent, farming equipment that malfunctioned. This information is intended to inform knowledgeable readers neutrally about the impact of barn fires on the general farming community and the probable reasons behind them. In line with past years, chickens were the main victims of fatal fires on farms. New data has shown researchers that they accounted for more than 98% of the total casualties in 2022. Large poultry operations experienced devastating losses due to a few major fires, which resulted in a collective loss of 480,000 birds, representing 91% of the total number. Minnesota and Pennsylvania each had one such fire, while the third one remains unidentified. A fire that occurred at a poultry farm in Lebanon County, Pennsylvania, is believed to have led to the expiration of over 250,000 chickens and caused damages valued at over $12 million. In recent years, there has been a concerning upward trend in the number of farm animal passings caused by barn fires. The toll for this year has been reported, and it is once again alarming. Animal farm expirations in the United States are a significant and ongoing issue, with millions of farm animals passing away each year due to a range of factors. These are not only a humanitarian concern, but also have a significant impact on the agricultural industry and the wider economy. The impact of animal farm deaths in the United States is significant, both in terms of the humanitarian toll and the economic cost. The loss of livestock due to these issues can have a significant impact on farmers' livelihoods and on the wider agricultural industry. In addition, the impact of animal farm deaths on the environment and public health is also a major concern. To address the issue of animal expirations, there are a number of strategies that are being employed by farmers, veterinarians, and other stakeholders in the agricultural industry. There are also a number of policy and regulatory initiatives that are being pursued at the national and international levels to address the issue of animal farm expirations. However, despite these efforts, these issues in the United States remain a significant and ongoing concern. To truly address the problem, a multifaceted and collaborative approach will be necessary, one that involves farmers, veterinarians, policymakers, and the wider public. One promising strategy is to promote greater awareness of the issue and to encourage consumers to choose products that are produced using more sustainable and humane farming practices. This can help to create market demand for better animal welfare standards and can also incentivize farmers to adopt more sustainable and humane practices. In addition, there is a growing movement towards alternative forms of agriculture, such as vertical farming and aquaponics, that can help to reduce the environmental impact of traditional farming practices, while also improving animal welfare standards. As per the latest numbers, barn fires have caused the loss of over 2.3 million animals in 2020 and 2021. While there are limited safety regulations regarding barn fires for farm animals, few states in the US have adopted the Fire and Life Safety in Animal Housing Facilities Code by the National Fire Protection Association as a standard for ensuring safety in animal housing facilities. It's just been announced that dozens of government whistleblowers have given their testimony to Congress, many of which detail crash retrieval programs. In the month of August, following the testimonial of David Grush, a whistleblower within the US government, regarding the existence of crashed spacecraft and mysterious biologics of alien origin, there arose a considerable amount of skepticism among observers regarding the credibility of his claims. It is understandable that doubts may arise, considering that Grush is just one individual, and the level of trustworthiness associated with an individual's testimony can vary. Among the other witnesses who provided testimonies before Congress were two former Navy pilots who, interestingly, stated that they had not encountered any concrete evidence to support the existence of a government program dedicated to the retrieval and reverse engineering of peculiar, non-human-like spacecraft. According to numerous sources, it has been revealed that over the past several months, not just one, but a minimum of 30 additional whistleblowers employed by the federal government or government contractors have come forward to provide testimony or make a protected disclosure to various oversight agencies. These include the Office of the Intelligence Community Inspector General, the Defense Department Inspector General, as well as Congress. This information sheds light on the widespread nature of whistleblowing within these sectors, indicating a growing trend of individuals daring to expose wrongdoing or malfeasance. In a letter addressed to Congress on September 15th, Thomas A. Monheim, the Inspector General of the intelligence community, seemingly refuted claims that his office was conducting an investigation into unidentified aerial phenomenon. Monheim clarified that his office had not undertaken any extensive assessments, audits, inspections, evaluations or reviews related to alleged UAP programs falling under the authority and responsibility of the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, which hindered their ability to provide a comprehensive response. The presence of numerous whistleblowers is being considered by some as conclusive proof of the existence of extraterrestrial life or a government-led program aimed at concealing the recovery or reverse engineering of unidentified aerial phenomena. However, it is crucial to note that not all of these individuals may be providing testimonies specifically related to evidence of UAPs. It is possible that some of them are merely reporting instances of illegal or unethical actions associated with UAP programs. Such behavior might encompass activities that breach legal or ethical boundaries within the context of UAP-related initiatives. According to anonymous sources who have first-hand knowledge of the matter and wish to remain unidentified, it has come to light that not only have whistleblowers reported instances of misconduct, but a significant number of government employees and contractors, estimated to be between 30 to 50, have taken the initiative to provide testimonies related to unidentified aerial phenomena to the Department of Defense's All-Anomaly Resolution Office. According to Nick Pope, a renowned UAP expert who has been involved with the UK's Ministry of Defence on this matter, it is noteworthy that a variety of witnesses and whistleblowers have been coming forward to different entities. There has been significant speculation regarding the involvement of individuals like Grush, who have come forward as whistleblowers or witnesses of unidentified aerial phenomena in a potential disinformation campaign orchestrated by the US government. During the 1980s and the early 2000s, a former intelligence officer from the US Air Force, stationed at Kirtland Air Force Base, made a startling revelation to British journalist Mark Pilkington and several others. This individual admitted to engaging in the dissemination of deliberate misinformation about unidentified flying objects, with the specific intention of misleading civilian investigators in the field of UFO research. The ulterior motive behind this disinformation campaign was twofold: to conceal advanced technology programs that were being conducted by the US military, as well as to veil the existence and involvement of non-human entities. According to a variety of experts who were interviewed by the public, the probability is low that individuals engaging in disinformation campaigns would choose to employ the Office of the Inspector General as a channel to carry out their malicious activities. This is primarily because such a choice would entail potential risks for the individuals involved in the campaign. A group of lawmakers from both political parties on the House Oversight Committee have expressed that the recent UAP hearing is only the beginning of their efforts to seek answers and delve deeper into the subject. They are determined to embark on a comprehensive exploration and analysis of the topic, leaving no stone unturned. The individuals in question are issuing threats, indicating their readiness to employ more forceful methods if they encounter resistance from the Pentagon and intelligence agencies. Their intention is to exert pressure and overcome any obstacles that may impede their investigation. Several lawmakers are advocating for greater exploration and understanding of unidentified anomalous phenomena, commonly known as unidentified objects. Their efforts go beyond mere curiosity, as they propose the implementation of new laws, calling for a classified hearing, and even suggesting the establishment of a select committee. These lawmakers understand the significance of these studies. The legislators have expressed their readiness to exercise their authority to issue subpoenas, if necessary, in order to obtain the information they are seeking from the federal government. They are determined to obtain the answers they require and are prepared to utilize their legal power to ensure cooperation and compliance from Pentagon officials. According to Burchett, if there's not a cover-up, the government and the Pentagon are spending a lot of resources to stop us from studying it. This implies that there could potentially be hidden information or motives behind their actions. Burchett's statement suggests that the authorities are actively obstructing the study. In discussing the matter of unidentified aerial phenomena and related government programs, Representative Tim Burchett expressed a desire for support from House Speaker Kevin McCarthy in establishing a select committee to thoroughly investigate these phenomena. Burchett emphasized the importance of not only studying UAPs, but also examining any government programs aimed at addressing them. In the event that leadership approval is not obtained, Burchett intends to initiate field hearings to meet the public's demand for transparency on the issue. This comprehensive approach aims to delve deep into the subject matter and provide a thorough understanding of UAPs and the government's involvement. During the current week, there has been significant development in the investigation of unidentified flying objects, as 3 highly experienced former military officials provided compelling testimony regarding these unexplained aerial objects. Under oath, they revealed that for an extended period, they were intentionally kept uninformed about the enigmatic sightings and encounters with unidentified objects. This testimony has shed new light on the depth of secrecy surrounding these mysterious phenomena and has sparked a renewed push for answers. David Grush, a former intelligence officer in the Air Force, delivered a profoundly startling testimony where he revealed that he had been informed about a highly classified program focused on retrieving and reverse engineering unidentified aerial phenomena for several decades. Grush went on to accuse the military of intentionally diverting funds in order to maintain secrecy surrounding these operations. This revelation uncovers a covert initiative that has spanned multiple generations, involving the examination and investigation of UAP incidents. The testimony presented is causing committee members to raise doubts regarding the appropriate approach for Congress to initiate an investigation into the witnesses' claims. They are also urging the executive branch to provide further clarification and explanations regarding its denial of the existence of certain programs. This comprehensive and detailed exploration delves into the deep-rooted questions surrounding the need for extensive inquiry and the demand for transparency. In an effort to gather more insights and evidence, legislators are aiming to initiate the process by acquiring supplementary details and records that Grush claims to have submitted to the Pentagon's Inspector General subsequent to his involvement in 2 Defense Department task forces focusing on unidentified aerial phenomena. Lawmakers are seeking to gather information from Grush, who has expressed his inability to provide specific details to the Pentagon's watchdog. In order to extract more insights from him, they intend to conduct a meeting with the former official in a specialized facility known as a sensitive compartmented information facility. This dedicated space ensures the confidentiality and security of the discussions, enabling the lawmakers to delve deeper into the subject matter and obtain a comprehensive understanding of the situation. The objective is to enrich their knowledge and gain valuable additional information. The group, led by Grush, has encountered an obstacle in their attempt to discuss the issues in a sensitive compartmented information facility. Officials have informed them that Grush doesn't possess the necessary security clearance at present. This means that Grush is currently restricted from engaging in discussions within the sensitive compartmented information facility. In a comprehensive and neutral tone, the interviewee expressed his frustration with the current situation, believing that although it may take some time, they will eventually reach their destination. He emphasized that he is personally eager to proceed, as well as confident that the American public shares the same sentiment. Luna contended that the establishment of a sensitive compartmented information facility with Grush would significantly enhance the comprehension of lawmakers regarding the necessary legislation concerning unidentified aerial phenomena. She expressed her endorsement for legislation that aims to declassify information pertaining to these phenomena. In light of the increasing bipartisan attention towards promoting government transparency regarding unidentified aerial phenomena, there is a pressing need to establish robust reporting protocols for UAP sightings in both military and commercial airspace. Additionally, it is imperative to highlight the importance of imposing stricter penalties for any attempts to intimidate or suppress whistleblowers who come forward with information relating to UAPs. This issue has gained significant significance in recent times and calls for a comprehensive and thorough examination. There is currently a provision in the Senate's version of the Annual Defense Authorization Bill inserted by Sen's Mike Rounds and Chuck Schumer, that would force federal government agencies to hand over UAP records to a review panel with the power to declassify them. The bill, known as the National Defense Authorization Act, must be reconciled with the House's version, so the initiative could still be stripped out. In his efforts to enhance air travel, Burchett made an endeavor to propose an amendment to a Federal Aviation Administration bill that was passed on July 20th. The proposed amendment aimed to establish a requirement for reporting unidentified aerial phenomenon sightings to Congress. Unfortunately, this initiative was thwarted, prompting Luna to comment that it signifies a challenging journey lies ahead of them. In the event that lawmakers are unable to gain access to a secure compartmented information facility, they have another option available to them, known as the Holman Rule. This rule can be invoked as a way to strip the salary of a specific government position, fire civil servants, or cut a particular program. During the hearing, Representative Andy Ogles, a member of the Republican Party representing Tennessee, expressed his strong determination to take action. He declared that he will personally step forward as a volunteer to initiate the Holman Rule against any individual in a governmental position, any program, or any agency that obstructs or denies Congress's access to information and resources. The Holman Rule is a powerful tool wielded by the House of Representatives that empowers them to take actions such as reducing the salary of a specific government position, terminating the employment of civil servants, or slashing funding for particular programs. In response to Grush's testimony before lawmakers, where he revealed the existence of a clandestine government initiative known as the UAP Crash Retrieval and Reverse Engineering Program, Ogles made a commitment to investigate the matter further. Grush's assertions were based on extensive interviews conducted with 40 witnesses, leading him to firmly believe that the government possesses extraterrestrial crafts. Paul Hellyer, a former Canadian defense minister renowned for his views on the unknown, urged the government during his life to unveil classified information regarding unidentified objects and aliens. With a distinguished background as Canada's defense minister during the 1960s, Hellyer played a pivotal role in overseeing significant transformations within the Royal Canadian Navy, Canadian Army, and the Royal Canadian Air Force, ultimately leading to their integration into a unified entity. However, during the last years of his life, it was his assertions that have thrust him into the spotlight of mainstream media. Fascinatingly, Hellyer insists that influential figures in society are concealing the existence of extraterrestrial life, a notion that has prodded him to advocate for the disclosure of undisclosed knowledge in this domain. By delving into the enigmatic realms of unidentified objects and extraterrestrials, Hellyer's perspective adds a captivating facet to the ongoing discourse surrounding this phenomenon, inviting us to explore the depths of the unknown and broaden our understanding of the universe. In 2015, Mr. Hellyer initiated discussions regarding unidentified flying objects, expressing a noteworthy observation that these unexplained aerial phenomena are as prevalent as conventional aircraft in our skies. Furthermore, he went on to assert that extraterrestrial beings have been visiting our planet for an extended period of time, offering a profound insight into their motivation. According to Mr. Hellyer, their keen interest in Earth was catalyzed by the advent of the atomic bomb, which served as a significant turning point in their attention towards our civilization. Numerous experts in the field of UFO research have contended that during the initial testing of atomic weapons, there was a substantial surge in the number of reported sightings. Offering valuable insights into this intriguing phenomenon, Mr. Hellyer and other dedicated researchers propose that the extraterrestrial beings observed our development and deployment of atomic bombs, which instantly propelled humanity to the status of a significant cosmic threat. By comprehensively exploring the correlation between nuclear weapons testing and the subsequent increase in UFO activity, these experts shed light on the profound impact our atomic capabilities had on the intergalactic community. During an interview, he expressed that there has been a significant increase in activity over the past few decades. He suggested that his surge in activity shows that aliens are genuinely concerned about our tendency to utilize this destructive weapon repeatedly, as it has the potential to disrupt the delicate balance of the entire cosmos. This apprehension stems from their fear of the consequences that such actions may have on the overall equilibrium of celestial entities. Mr. Hellier put forward the notion that there are multiple individuals within the United States government who possess knowledge regarding the ongoing events. He further asserted that establishing contact with the appropriate individuals would swiftly provide the necessary evidence, thus insinuating that the truth is readily accessible. He elaborated on the information he has received from various sources, including documents and personal interviews. According to these sources, there is believed to be a range of 2 to 12 distinct species of extraterrestrial beings. Avi Loeb calls out Neil deGrasse Tyson for not practicing science on the UAP issue. Avi Loeb said the following about the recent UAP developments and Neil deGrasse Tyson's comments. The problem is that people like Neil are pretending they care about the data, but they are not seeking the data, and he is talking about it, but he is not practicing science. And what I'm trying to do is go to the Pacific Ocean, where we know there is an object that came from outside the solar system, and study it. Now it's possible that the government may have some materials or some evidence that we have no access to, but the sky is not classified. The oceans are not classified. And if Neil deGrasse Tyson was really curious about this question, he would have been seeking the evidence rather than saying we don't have evidence and that it's an extraordinary claim. But he's not doing anything about it, and practicing science is very different from talking about science. He's talking about science. I am practicing science. I write scientific papers, I publish, and I actually follow the evidence, and that's what we try to do. What I find strange is that many scientists resist this approach of trying to collect the evidence. Not only that they are not engaged in it, they are trying to push back and say it's a waste of time. But I say, let the science be done the way it should be done. And I'm really curious if the government has materials or information that is currently hidden from view, because as a scientist, I agree with Neil that we need access to the data. So the fundamental question for me is whether we will learn about what lies beyond the solar system by studying what's at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean before we learn it from politicians in Washington, or maybe some miracle will happen and we will learn from the government as well. Renowned astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson recently featured on an episode of Who's Talking with Chris Wallace, where he was questioned about his perspective on the current frenzy surrounding mysterious visits to Earth. Tyson emphasized that, as a scientist, he remains steadfast in his position on the nature of the universe, requiring solid and substantiated evidence before adjusting his viewpoints. Tyson, when questioned about his belief in the existence of alien life in the universe, expressed that it would be surprising if life did not exist. He based this assertion on the prevalence of the same building blocks that support life on Earth, the rapid emergence of life on our planet, and the large number of planets discovered orbiting other stars. The absence of life under such circumstances would indeed be unexpected. During a discussion about the definition of the term alien as any form of life, there was a follow-up question regarding whether advanced beings have visited Earth. At this point, Tyson emphasized that although he maintains an open mind, he is not convinced by the blurry and ambiguous footage of unidentified objects in the sky that is often touted as evidence of alien presence. Neil said the following: "Is it possible for something to arrive here via a spacecraft? It could very well be out there. Currently, there is insufficient evidence to persuade a genuine skeptic that we have been visited. Allow me to mention that these indistinct, single-color tic-tacs that regularly appear within restricted airspace of the Navy, right here in our own atmosphere, are not enough to convince an astrophysicist, particularly when we have access to high-resolution images from the James Webb Space Telescope, which is positioned 1 million miles away from Earth, providing a glimpse at the farthest reaches of the universe. If you truly want to convince an astrophysicist about the existence of advanced visitors within our atmosphere, you'll need stronger evidence." While some theorists may find fault with Neil deGrasse Tyson's reasoning in this matter, contending that alien spacecraft could potentially possess the capability to conceal or disguise their appearance from the naked eye, or even from advanced technologies such as radar, Tyson is indeed correct in asserting that without solid evidence, everything remains speculative. As of right now, those who have been investigating this story have said that a smear campaign is happening right now against David Grush. Air Force and intelligence community veteran David Grush has ignited an intense debate surrounding the existence of unidentified objects. These claims, both historic and highly controversial, have encountered resistance from skeptics due to their extraordinary nature. Amongst Grush's most astonishing assertions is the revelation of a non-human intelligence presence on our planet. Additionally, he alleges that the United States government has initiated a crash retrieval program specifically aimed at reverse engineering advanced spacecrafts. However, despite the publication of an exclusive interview with Grush by Australian journalist Ross Coulthart, these extraordinary claims continue to be the subject of dispute. Intriguingly, the story took a serious turn when the veteran decided to testify under oath, adding a new layer of importance and significance to his account. After testifying under oath, both Grush and Coulthart issued a cautionary statement, highlighting that the intelligence community would respond to their claims from various perspectives. One publication, in an attempt to undermine David Grush's credibility, published a critical article targeting his health issues, particularly his struggle with post-traumatic stress disorder following his services. This hit piece is just one in a series of attempts made by several critics to discredit Grush's assertions. David Grush, a former intelligence officer in the Air Force, delivered a profoundly startling testimony where he revealed that he had been informed about a highly classified program focused on retrieving and reverse engineering unidentified aerial phenomena for several decades. Grush went on to accuse the military of intentionally diverting funds in order to maintain secrecy surrounding these operations. This revelation uncovers a covert initiative that has spanned multiple generations, involving the examination and investigation of UAP incidents. The testimony presented is causing committee members to raise doubts regarding the appropriate approach for Congress to initiate an investigation into the witnesses' claims. They are also urging the executive branch to provide further clarification and explanations regarding its denial of the existence of certain programs. This comprehensive and detailed exploration delves into the deep-rooted questions surrounding the need for extensive inquiry and the demand for transparency. In an effort to gather more insights and evidence, legislators are aiming to initiate the process by acquiring supplementary details and records that Grush claims to have submitted to the Pentagon's Inspector General subsequent to his involvement in 2 Defense Department task forces focusing on unidentified aerial phenomena. In order to extract more insights from him, they intend to conduct a meeting with the former official in a specialized facility known as a Sensitive Compartmented Information Facility. Trail cameras, also known as game cameras, are outdoor surveillance cameras designed to capture photos or videos of wildlife or other outdoor activities. They are typically used by hunters, wildlife enthusiasts, and researchers to monitor wildlife populations, track animal behavior, and study the habits of various animals. Trail cameras are equipped with a memory card to store the photos and videos they capture. The memory cards can be removed and replaced to view or transfer the images to a computer or other device. They are an excellent tool for studying wildlife and gaining insights into their behavior and habitat. Every so often, though, a trail camera captures something mysterious. This happened just recently when a trail camera captured a strange-looking creature standing next to a bear. We talked with the individual who posted the photograph who wishes to stay anonymous, and they said that the image was taken in northern Utah. They explained that they couldn't figure out what the creature was, and so posted it to various pages in order to try and get an answer. All this did was cause more confusion, as people couldn't work out what it was. One user said the following: "Many trail camera photographs are hard to study, as the object in question can sometimes be at a weird angle, and this makes it hard to work out the size of the creature. However, in this image we can clearly see that it's standing next to a bear and that it measures over twice the size of it. It's really hard to figure out what type of creature this could be." End quote. Others carried on and said that due to its size and shape, it matches the overall description of a large, hairy humanoid, also pointing out that Utah has been a hotspot for these creatures, with hikers and outdoorsmen who've ventured out into the wilderness in and around Utah, saying that they've had several run-ins with these creatures. The user who posted the photograph said that they were part of a team that investigated Bigfoot sightings, and that throughout the years, the team got sent various images and videos of mysterious creatures, but noted that the majority of them could be explained. They said that this was one of the only ones that they struggled to explain. They further added that they were nervous to post the photograph as they didn't want to be ridiculed or have people think they were trying to prove the existence of Bigfoot. The poster said they just generally have no idea what this is and wanted to see if other people could explain it. Interestingly, for hundreds of years, mysterious humanoid creatures have been encountered across the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, and Australia. One interesting story is that of the original Murphysboro Mud Monster sighting. Considered to be one of the most peculiar sightings ever reported, the Murphysboro Mud Monster was a humanoid creature that was mass-sighted and would eventually lead the police of the small town of Murphysboro to conduct an official investigation into the beast to bring about some order to their small town. On the 25th of June, back in 1973, within the small town of Murphysboro, Illinois, a young couple would claim to come face-to-face with a massive bipedal humanoid creature later referred to as the Murphysboro Mud Monster. According to the young couple, their encounter happened sometime around midnight while they had been parked at the side of a river. The couple, a young man and young woman by the names of Randy Needham and Judy Johnson, claimed that they decided to stop their car at the end of 23rd Street, located in Riverside Park, in an area that gave them a clear view of the surface of the big muddy river. The reason for their late-night isolation was later explained by the couple as being a necessary precaution, as Judy's father had disapproved of the two dating, and so were unable to find a more public location to hang out. Although the exact time of the sighting is unknown, it's believed that the event occurred sometime between 12 to 1 in the morning, as the couple were listening to the radio and engaged in intimate action. As Judy Johnson and Randy Needham were in the middle of their interaction, the couple claimed to have heard what they described as a piercing roar, later detailed by Randy Needham as sounding somewhat similar to an eagle shrieking into a feedback microphone. The source of the sound appeared to have emanated from a nearby brush that rested only a few yards away from the vehicle near the side of the big muddy river. Scared that a large, dangerous wild animal was nearby, Randy Needham shut off the car radio while he and Judy Johnson glanced around the immediate area, looking for any signs of a creature. A few seconds later, the couple claimed that another loud shriek had been heard that was slightly similar to the first, and watched as the brushwood in front of their vehicle began to sway dramatically. Hoping to scare away the creature, or to catch a better glimpse of it, Randy Needham immediately started his car and turned on the headlights. Within seconds, the creature exited from the brushwood and began rushing towards their vehicle. The couple would later describe the creature as having been a large bipedal ape-like creature that they would claim looked like an oversized gorilla. It walked on two legs and was estimated from a sitting position to have stood around 8 feet tall, with matted white hair and with spots of mud covering different sections of its body. As the creature walked closer to the vehicle, the couple claimed they could smell the scent of a foul, skunk-like odor. Fearing for their lives, Randy Needham immediately reversed his vehicle and drove out of the area, claiming that they narrowly escaped the monster. Once the couple made it back into the downtown area of Murphysboro, Illinois, they entered into a heated debate on whether or not they should report the sighting to the local police. Judy Johnson at first refused to file a witness report, believing that it would lead to issues with her father, but was convinced by Randy Needham, who believed that the monster would soon attack other eyewitnesses. It would be at around 2 in the morning that the couple would decide to drive down to the Murphysboro police station and report their sighting. Once Randy Needham and Judy Johnson arrived at the police station together, the couple immediately began filing a report with the former patrolman of the Murphysboro police force, a man by the name of Ron Manwaring, who worked as a police chief for over several decades. According to Officer Ron Manwaring, the sighting had been described as an unknown creature sighting, with the beast having been compared to an oversized gorilla estimated to have been around 8 feet tall, with matted white hair that was streaked with mud. Although the officers were hesitant to believe the claims of the two young adults, they began to grow increasingly interested when they discovered that the couple was scared of both public ridicule and Judy's father finding out about their indiscretions. Additional reports of the Murphysboro Mud Monster would be made by several police officers who were tasked with investigating the original sightings report of Randy Needham and Judy Johnson. Believing that Randy Needham and Judy Johnson were not playing a prank and had nothing to gain from the witness claims, the Murphysboro Police Department would send 2 officers to investigate the claims further. The 2 responding officers, Merrill Lindsay and Jimmy Nash, were sent to the location of the sighting within minutes and arrived at the area of the supposed boat ramp in Riverside Park. Within a few minutes of investigating, Officer Jimmy Nash found a set of peculiar tracks that he described as being approximately 10 to 12 inches long and roughly 3 inches wide, following in a long line down the riverbank side pressed deep into the mud. However, before Officer Nash could investigate the tracks further, he would then report that he and his partner heard what they would later detail was a horrifyingly shrill screech emanating from close by. Believing that the creature was hiding in some nearby brush, waiting to attack, Officer Nash attempted to pull out his revolver, but dropped it in a panic and ran back to his police cruiser and left the scene of the sighting. When questioned about the sound, Nash claimed that the sound was the most hideous sound he had ever heard and had originated at an estimated distance of about 300 feet away from them. He said the following: "The most incredible shriek I've ever heard. It was in those bushes. It was no bobcat or screech owl. We hightailed it out of there." End quote. Officer Jimmy Nash and Officer Merrill Lindsay would return to the Murphysboro police station, hoping to gather additional officers for backup before returning to the site. It would be at around this time that the officers would report the screech and their encounter with the unknown creature, sparking serious interest from the local law enforcement. At around 2 in the morning on the 26th of June, Officers Jimmy Nash and Merrill Lindsay would return to the area of their encounter alongside Officer Bob Scott and the original eyewitness Randy Needham. The four would soon discover several more tracks located near the muddy banks of the river, with impressions that appeared to originate from within the water and exit back into the water. Officer Merrill Lindsay would return to her patrol car to retrieve a camera for documenting the evidence, and the 3 others would stay in the area of the sighting, following the tracks down the riverbank. It was at around this time that the 3 men claimed to hear splashing in the river that sounded like a large creature walking in knee-deep water. Although they were unable to see anything in the water, the men would continue their search until they heard the same horrible scream that Officer Nash had reported earlier in the morning. The sudden scream caused the 3 men to run back to a patrol car, where they took the time to regain their composure and once again begin their search for the creature. For the next several hours, the men would claim to hear the same eerie splashing sound they believed to have been the large bipedal creature walking through the water, but would discover nothing. Their search would continue through the early morning until the sun rose. At around 7 in the morning, the group would end their search, believing that the monster had disappeared. On the 26th of June, roughly 14 hours since the end of the reported sightings of the Murphysboro Mud Monster from the Murphysboro Police Department, a 5-year-old boy by the name of Christian Barrell would claim to witness a monster with a similar description at around 10:30 in the evening. The story was so compelling and considered substantial evidence of a Sasquatch-like creature roaming the American countryside that the story would eventually be picked up by the New York Times. The sudden popularity in the town, coupled with the momentary fame of the eyewitnesses, would lead to the Murphysboro Mud Monster legends becoming a solidified piece of history for the town, and would lead to the end of the hunting parties for the creature, as the residents considered the monster to be a symbolic mascot to be adored. This mysterious photograph was just shared by Apes on Reddit. It was taken at the London Thames by the Naval College at 6 in the evening on the 27th of July. Oddly enough, this isn't the first time that something strange has been spotted moving around in the Thames. The River Thames, a historic waterway flowing through the heart of London, has been a subject of fascination and intrigue for centuries. Among the countless stories and tales associated with it, one of the most enduring is that of the River Thames monster, often referred to as the Thames Serpent. The story of the River Thames monster dates back to the 19th century, with accounts of an unidentified creature residing in the murky waters of the Thames. These narratives often depict a serpentine creature, usually large in size, with a long, slender body akin to an elongated eel or snake. The first recorded sighting was in 1873, when a man named William Cottrey claimed to have seen an enormous creature near the Isle of Dogs. The description was vivid, a creature with a rounded head, large eyes, and an elongated body that rose 2 meters above the water. Over the years, several other sightings have contributed to the monster's legend. In 2016, a video surfaced online showing a large, dark object moving through the water near the O2 Arena. The video, which quickly garnered millions of views, sparked renewed interest and speculation about the creature's existence. Yet, what could explain these sightings? One theory proposes that the creature might be a large species of eel. The European conger eel, for instance, can grow up to 3 meters long and is native to the Thames. Misidentification, especially of unusually large specimens, could potentially explain some of these sightings. Other suggestions have included an out-of-place marine mammal, such as a seal or dolphin, which have been known to occasionally visit the Thames. Their movements and behavior, when observed partially submerged or from a distance, might be mistaken for something more exotic or monstrous. Yet another hypothesis suggests that the sightings might be of large, non-native species inadvertently introduced into the Thames. This could range from released pets, like large snakes or monitor lizards, to marine species transported via ship ballast water. However, skepticism abounds in scientific circles about the Thames monster's existence. The lack of clear, irrefutable evidence, such as high-quality photographs, physical traces, or captured specimens, makes it hard to confirm the creature's identity definitively. Furthermore, the River Thames is one of the most studied and monitored waterways in the world, making it unlikely that a large, undiscovered species could remain hidden. Moreover, it's crucial to consider the role of psychology and social factors in monster sightings. Often people see what they expect or want to see, a phenomenon known as pareidolia. In the case of the River Thames monster, it's possible that ambiguous sightings get interpreted as more monstrous due to the existing folklore. Lastly, let's not underestimate the influence of the media and societal fascination with the unknown. Cryptids, creatures whose existence is disputed or unsubstantiated, hold a particular allure in popular culture. This fascination often results in heightened interest, media coverage, and consequently, more reported sightings. As of right now, while the River Thames monster captures the imagination, the evidence supporting its existence is scant and largely anecdotal. Whether it's a misidentified known animal, an out-of-place creature, or merely a figment of collective imagination, the tale of the Thames monster continues to add a touch of mystery to London's iconic river. For centuries, sailors across various cultures have told riveting tales of sea serpents, monstrous creatures reputed to dwell in the deep, unexplored expanses of the world's oceans. These narratives have been an integral part of maritime folklore, often contributing to sailors' wariness of uncharted territories. The description of sea serpents varies across cultures and eras, but typically portrays them as enormous, snake-like beasts with terrifying features. Some accounts describe them as having horse-like heads, manes, and large, menacing eyes. Others report multiple humps, vast coiling bodies, or even the presence of wings. Such tales have pervaded seafaring cultures for millennia. Ancient Greeks told tales of the Hydra and the Scylla, multi-headed sea monsters that terrorized sailors. Similarly, Norse mythology presents the Jormungandr, or the Midgard serpent, an enormous sea creature that encircles the world. However, historical accounts aren't merely restricted to mythology. As early as the 4th century BC, the Greek explorer Pytheas described seeing a sea monster during his voyage near modern-day Norway. By the 19th century, sea serpent sightings had become a widespread phenomenon, particularly in North Atlantic waters. Numerous shiplogs, newspaper reports, and personal journals of this era document these encounters, often in considerable detail. The Gloucester sea serpent, sighted repeatedly off the coast of Massachusetts in the early 19th century, was one such example, sparking considerable debate and intrigue. However, in spite of these abundant accounts, no tangible evidence of sea serpents' existence has ever been found. This lack of scientific proof has led researchers to propose various explanations for these sightings. Some theorize that many sightings could be cases of mistaken identity. Known marine animals like giant oarfish, sharks, or even whales might have been perceived as sea serpents. Psychology also plays a substantial role in these encounters. Furthermore, the psychological stress of long sea voyages, coupled with fear of the unknown, might contribute to such misinterpretations. Finally, the cultural context cannot be ignored. In many societies, maritime folklore serves as a warning system, cautioning sailors against venturing into dangerous, unexplored waters. Sea serpents often symbolize these unknown risks, serving as metaphoric embodiments of the sea's dangers. During the 19th century, newspapers frequently sensationalized sea serpent stories to boost sales. Even today, the allure of sea monster stories continues to captivate public interest, often leading to exaggerated or fabricated reports. The 19th century was a period of global exploration and scientific discovery, but it was also a time where the line between myth and reality was frequently blurred. One of the most captivating instances of this era was the HMS Daedalus's sea serpent sighting in 1848. It is remembered not only for the widespread interest it triggered, but also for the rigorous debate it sparked in the scientific community. On August 6, 1848, HMS Daedalus, a British Royal Navy ship, was en route from the Cape of Good Hope to St. Helena in the South Atlantic, when Captain Peter McCue and his crew reported an encounter with a giant sea serpent. The creature, according to McCue, was approximately 60 feet in length, with a further 30 feet of its body seen coiling beneath the water's surface. He described the creature as having no fins, a dark brown color with a yellowish-white underbelly, and a snake-like head held 4 feet above the water. McCue's detailed report, published in the Times of London, garnered immediate attention. The story was soon picked up by other newspapers and periodicals, igniting a flurry of interest, debate, and speculation across the country. Some readers were intrigued, some were skeptical, and others dismissed it as pure fantasy. The scientific community was similarly divided. Some naturalists supported McCue's account, citing it as evidence of large, unknown marine creatures yet to be discovered. Others, however, were skeptical. Sir Richard Owen, a prominent British biologist and a leading critic, suggested that the creature was nothing more than an elephant seal, or possibly a piece of floating seaweed misinterpreted by the ship's crew. The controversy escalated when McCue published a rebuttal defending his account. He emphasized the excellent visibility on the day of the sighting and the proximity of the creature, which, according to him, was close enough to rule out misidentification. Moreover, he asserted that he and his men were experienced sailors, implying their credibility and capability in distinguishing unfamiliar creatures from known marine animals. The phenomenon of cattle explorations, characterized by unexplained livestock passing away under inexplicably precise surgical incisions, has been a source of mystery and controversy for decades. Cattle explorations are often associated with rural and remote areas, aligning with where livestock farming is prevalent. The phenomenon is not limited to a single species, affecting a range of livestock, but the prevalence in cattle is likely due to their ubiquity in farming. The explorations are distinguished by their peculiar characteristics, including precise cuts, the removal of specific organs or soft tissue, and the absence of tracks around the carcasses. Authorities have just announced that more cattle have been found across the United States, exhibiting the same injuries as seen in other cases. The perpetrators silenced the cows by taking out their tongues, yet there was no evidence of remains or struggle. Surprisingly, no traces of footprints or tire tracks were discovered. This perplexed investigators as they tried to unravel the mystery surrounding the unidentified individual or group behind these brutal acts in Texas, wondering how they managed to leave no clues behind. In a short period of time, 7 cows were discovered in 3 counties in Texas, all under suspicious conditions. The cows were found lying on one side, with part of their face visible and their tongues missing. The series of cow explorations took place in Madison, Brazos, and Robertson counties, which are situated in east-central Texas. Each cow was targeted from a separate pasture and herd. The Madison County Sheriff's Office reported that a precise and clean incision was made to remove the hide around the cow's mouth on one side, while leaving the untouched meat underneath the removed hide. All 5 cows had been cut with circular incisions, similar to the cuts observed on the jawlines of all the cows. Ranchers have stated that there were no predators or birds that had fed on the remains, which aligns with what is typically observed in comparable incidents. While the exact cause of the cow's demise remains uncertain, these unusual incidents have brought to mind a long-standing theory regarding the unexplained exploration of livestock, dating back to the 1970s in the United States. This theory implicates advanced beings in unidentified aircrafts as the culprits responsible for these mysterious occurrences. During that time, a significant number of animal explorations occurred in at least 7 states in the United States, which caused some to suggest that advanced beings were engaging in attacks and experiments on terrestrial animals. Alternatively, some individuals believed that these incidents were linked to humans, but those who investigated these claims further noted that there was no evidence of humans being in the area and the use of surgical equipment couldn't be explained. Others have also pointed out that if this was the government, which is a long-believed theory, why wouldn't they raise cattle of their own and do this in private? Why would they risk getting caught out in the open? In 1979, the FBI initiated a comprehensive inquiry into a series of comparable explorations that were occurring in New Mexico. However, an investigation determined that the puzzling explorations of livestock animals, resembling the recent incidents in Texas, were actually attributed to natural predation. The Robertson County Sheriff's Office announced that the autopsy results released identified pneumonia as the cause for one of the cows. However, similar to the findings of the FBI's investigation, the report did not provide any explanation for the injuries sustained by the animal. The Madison County Sheriff's Department stated that they are actively collaborating with other agencies to investigate numerous similar incidents reported throughout the United States. Other ranchers nearby are anxious about the possibility of their cattle being taken out in the same manner. Mark Enlow, a resident of Madison County, resides in the same area where the cattle explorations occurred. He expressed his worry regarding the series of attacks that have taken place recently. He said that he currently has livestock located in close proximity to where these incidents of explorations have occurred, just a few miles away. He explained that he is actively vigilant, monitoring the area and conducting regular inspections throughout the day and night to detect any unusual activities. Enlow mentioned that his neighbor is implementing additional safety measures by installing surveillance cameras around his cattle as a precautionary measure in case he becomes a target in the future. Steve Cole, a close friend of Enlow's and also the Justice of the Peace in Madison County, is facing additional concerns. Recently, one of Cole's cows was discovered under suspicious circumstances, and to this day, no explanation has been given as to what happened. While the cow was not subjected to any surgical cuts, Cole remains uncertain whether these occurrences are interconnected. The Animal Legal Defense Fund is currently offering a reward of $5,000 in exchange for any valuable information that can assist in the identification, arrest, and conviction of the individuals involved in the unfortunate demise of these cows. As of right now, though, there's still many unanswered questions about who is behind these explorations. Oddly enough, some farmers have come forward and detailed that they've witnessed strange lights above their cattle, only to find them not moving the following morning. The phenomenon of unidentified objects, now commonly referred to as unidentified aerial phenomena, has sparked intrigue and skepticism in equal measure since the term was first coined in the 1950s. Rural areas, including pastures and farmland, provide the backdrop for a significant number of mysterious aircraft encounters. The solitude, low light pollution, and unobstructed sightlines typical of these environments may contribute to the prevalence of sightings. Furthermore, the rural backdrop contributes to the air of mystery surrounding these accounts. One of the most notable instances of a mysterious sighting above a farmland occurred back in 1979, when a Scottish farmer named Robert Taylor encountered a strange object in a woodland area near Livingston, West Lothian. The event, known as the Robert Taylor Incident, remains one of the most famous cases worldwide due to the physical evidence left behind, specifically imprints in the ground and damage to Taylor's clothing, elements not commonly associated with mysterious sightings. The American Midwest, with its expansive farmlands, is another hotspot for sightings. Notably, the mysterious case that happened in 1957 when multiple witnesses across small Texas towns reported seeing a brightly lit, egg-shaped object and experiencing unexplained vehicle disturbances. The reports were deemed credible due to the independent yet consistent descriptions of the event. Analyzing why mysterious aircrafts appear above farmland has sparked several theories, many of which draw on the characteristics of rural life. One postulates that advanced life may be studying agricultural practices, a crucial aspect of human civilization. Another theory suggests that mysterious aircrafts utilize remote areas to avoid detection and limit interaction with human populations. A strategic move if one assumes these sightings are driven by observational or exploratory intentions. Despite the intrigue and anecdotal accounts, skepticism remains. Critics argue that misinterpretations of natural or man-made phenomena, like aircraft, drones, or even meteorological events, are often mistaken for unidentified aircrafts. Scientific investigations often lean towards debunking such sightings or attributing them to explainable occurrences. Yet, some cases remain unresolved, keeping the door open to the possibility that something unknown may be involved. As mentioned, in the 1970s, ranchers across the nation started noticing an unusual phenomenon. They discovered their livestock, specifically cows, expired under mysterious circumstances. Historian Michael J. Goldman delved into this perplexing situation and said that these incidents were unrelated to mysterious aircrafts. According to Goldman, the occurrences of cattle expirations started in 1973, primarily in the western and midwestern regions. These incidents were mainly reported by small-scale ranchers. Upon investigation by local law enforcement, it was commonly discovered that various parts of the cow had been removed with precise surgical precision. Newspaper reports indicate that by the end of the decade, over 10,000 of these occurrences had taken place. There have been suggestions from certain sources indicating that the expirations could potentially be linked to a covert government initiative aimed at conducting trials for biological weapons. There were various speculations in the news regarding the involvement of mysterious aircrafts, but among ranchers, the prevailing belief was that the government was involved. Some individuals proposed that the livestock expirations were linked to a covert government initiative testing biological weapons. Additionally, there were accounts of unmarked helicopters observed near the locations of these incidents, with some ranchers even claiming to have been pursued by these aircraft. In a few instances, outraged ranchers took action and fired at government helicopters. The seriousness of the situation prompted the Nebraska National Guard to adjust their flight altitude from 1,000 feet to 2,000 feet during their exercises. To understand the cause of the panic, Goldman proposes that we take into account the circumstances. In the early 1970s, ranchers faced challenging conditions. Firstly, they perceived federal environmental conservation efforts as a threat, including restrictions on grazing in public areas. Additionally, the combination of high inflation rates and the government's significant grain purchases to address global food shortages led to increased feed prices. Furthermore, the Nixon administration implemented a meat price freeze. This entire situation, commonly referred to as the wreck, disproportionately affected small ranches without the same lobbying power as larger operations. When organizations like the Colorado Bureau of Investigation investigated the instances of cattle expirations and discovered no evidence of human participation, certain ranchers began to suspect that it might be another instance of governmental wrongdoing. In reality, the notion of government involvement was not entirely unreasonable. Considering that the Army unintentionally caused the passing of over 4,500 sheep during nerve agent testing in Utah in 1968, and only admitted responsibility in 1998, there is historical precedent for such suspicions. However, according to Goldman, it is highly likely that the majority of the expirations were actually caused by scavengers such as coyotes, magpies, and badgers. These scavengers typically consume soft tissues first. So, without the sensational aspect, the random expiration of cows on ranches were not unusual. The lack of familiarity among law enforcement officials with scavengers' behavior may have led them to describe the removal of bovine body parts in a way that implied human involvement. This, in turn, may have influenced early media reports and prompted other ranchers to report similar expirations. However, veterinarians and large-scale ranchers remained skeptical from the outset. Since the mid-20th century, reports of unidentified objects have frequently coincided with unexplained cattle anomalies. The latter typically manifest as cattle expirations, where livestock are found deceased with inexplicable surgical precision in their injuries. and a seeming disregard for natural predation or human foul play. The geographical correlation between cattle and mysterious sightings is noteworthy. Many unexplained aircraft encounters occur in rural and remote areas, where large herds of cattle are often found. These areas provide both the solitude and unobstructed sightlines favorable for unidentified sightings. The overlap might suggest a connection, although it could also merely be a consequence of incidental geography. The prevalent theory to explain this connection posits that advanced beings may be conducting biological experiments or research on Earth's fauna, with cattle serving as convenient, widespread, and relatively isolated test subjects. Cattle, being a crucial part of human agriculture and diet, would offer advanced civilizations valuable insights into Earth's biosphere and human society. Moreover, the specific nature of the explorations, often characterized by the removal of soft tissue and the draining of fluids, suggests a level of scientific investigation. However, these unexplained phenomena often ignore conventional wisdom about the handling of biological specimens. For instance, the absence of blood at the scene is often reported, an anomaly that fuels the advanced hypothesis yet contradicts known methods of biological sampling. This theory, while intriguing, is not without criticism. Skeptics argue that the explorations could be the result of natural predation or scavenging, misinterpreted due to the absence of traditional wildlife marks. Additionally, the reported precision of the explorations could be inflated by sensationalism or misperception, and the lack of remains may be attributable to common post-mortem processes. Farmers residing in the town of Tambola, located within the municipality of Atlahulco, Mexico, have united in expressing their collective grievances concerning the alarming surge of attacks on their valuable livestock, mainly consisting of sheep and goats. The perpetrators responsible for these incidents remain unidentified, causing great distress and concern within the local community. In the unfortunate instances observed, the animals exhibit the presence of two distinct and profound puncture marks in their neck region. It's important to note that the affected creatures also had their eyes removed. In examining the injuries sustained by the goats and sheep, it becomes apparent that they do not match the usual characteristics of attacks carried out by familiar predators in the area. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that no attempt was made to consume the deceased animals. According to the unanimous consensus among local residents, the responsible entity for the recent mysterious animal attacks is believed to be the chupacabra, a legendary creature renowned for its purported ability to puncture the necks of animals using its long and sharp fangs, subsequently indulging in a feast. While official records acknowledge the demise of 8 animals in the last week, certain sources suggest that the actual toll might be significantly higher, with reports indicating the possibility of multiple dozens of casualties. According to a resident of the neighboring town, there is a growing concern among the community due to the presence of small livestock and the rumors surrounding the mysterious culprit, often attributed to be a chupacabra. Recollecting a similar incident that occurred a few years ago, the resident recalls how the situation eventually came to a halt. According to his account, the government officials conducted a meticulous and extensive investigation into the matter, leaving no stone unturned. They put forth the hypothesis that the perpetrator behind these incidents could potentially belong to the feline family, hinting at the existence of a predatory cat species in the area. However, despite their earnest efforts, no concrete evidence was unearthed to substantiate this claim. In addition, there was another assumption circulating among the locals, suggesting that certain individuals, possibly bandits, were covertly infiltrating the vicinity under the cover of darkness, extracting blood from animals, and subsequently engaging in the dubious act of selling it for undisclosed motives. However, it is crucial to note that no substantiating evidence could be found to support this. In the meantime, it has been reported by local residents that comparable peculiar attacks on goats and sheep took place in the adjacent towns of Capultitla and Aitepec during the previous year. It is particularly intriguing to note that the individuals who own the deceased animals in Tambola reported that all the attacks did not take place during the night, but rather in broad daylight. They observed that their animals were alive in the morning, but by the afternoon, they had tragically passed away. This phenomenon raises several important questions, and warrants a more comprehensive examination of the circumstances surrounding these perplexing incidents. Daytime assaults are particularly uncommon for both felines and canines, exhibiting behavior that deviates significantly from their usual patterns. Farmers, deeply concerned about the imminent threat to the safety of their communities, are urgently appealing to the authorities for intervention and apprehension of the unidentified marauder. This mysterious predator's potential to inflict harm on humans has raised alarm, compelling farmers to take precautionary measures. In response, they have meticulously confined all their goats and sheep within secure enclosures, equipped with strategically placed lanterns that illuminate the surroundings throughout the night, thereby thwarting any potential attacks. Oddly enough, this isn't the first time that these incidents have been reported. Going back a few years ago, in the serene town of Atlahuilco, nestled deep within the heart of Veracruz, Mexico, there lived a farmer named Ramon. He had spent his entire life cultivating the fertile lands passed down through generations, tending to his flock of sheep and nurturing a profound connection with nature. One morning, as he set out to check on his sheep grazing in the picturesque meadows, a sense of unease settled upon him. His faithful dog, Panchito, sensed that something was wrong. As they approached the pasture, Ramon's heart sank at the eerie sight that greeted them. There, beneath the sprawling oak trees and the soft, dewy grass, lay 12 of his sheep, lifeless and still. What struck Ramon with dread were the peculiar puncture wounds that marred their bodies. Each sheep bore a single, precise hole in its neck, as though they had been drained of their very essence. A sense of foreboding gripped Ramon as he inspected the sheep more closely. The puncture wounds were unlike anything he had ever seen, almost surgical in their precision. Panic gripped him as he realized that these unexplained expirations could spell ruin for his livelihood. Desperate for answers, the farmer sought the counsel of Don Carlos, a wise elder of Atlahuilco, known for his knowledge of the land's secrets. He listened to Ramon's tale, his eyes betraying a glimmer of concern. He shared stories of ancient legends, tales of strange occurrences that had been whispered around campfires for generations. According to local law, Atlahuilco had long been considered a mystical place, where the boundaries between the earthly and the otherworldly often blurred. Legends spoke of mysterious creatures that roamed the dense forests and of strange lights that danced in the night sky. Some said that the hills concealed hidden portals to realms beyond human comprehension. Don Carlos, however, could not offer a definitive explanation for the puncture wounds on Ramon's sheep. He suggested that they consult Don Ignacio, a veterinarian renowned for his expertise with livestock. Dr. Ignacio arrived at the farm, bearing an air of professionalism and an array of sophisticated instruments. He examined the lifeless sheep with meticulous care. After a thorough investigation, he concluded that the wounds were indeed peculiar. The precision of the punctures suggested that no common predator or disease had caused their deaths. With a furrowed brow, he mentioned the possibility of a rare insect or an anomalous reaction to a peculiar plant in the meadow. Nevertheless, the farmer remained uneasy. He knew his land and his animals like the back of his hand, and something about this explanation didn't sit right. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this mystery than met the eye, and couldn't ignore the nagging suspicion that his farm had become a focal point for something beyond his understanding. He was then told that other farmers had experienced the same thing, and because no animal could be pinned to the attacks, they blamed the mysterious chupacabra. Carlos was another farmer who reported finding his animals in a similar manner. One sweltering summer evening, Carlos set out to inspect his flock of goats. These goats were not just livestock to him, they were his companions, his source of livelihood, and a reminder of the land's enduring beauty. As Carlos reached the enclosure where his goats grazed, he was met with a sight that sent shivers down his spine. Among the herd lay his beloved goats, lifeless and drained of their vitality. Their eyes, once filled with a playful glint, were now vacant, and their once healthy bodies bore the unmistakable signs of a sinister predator. Carlos's heart raced as he observed the gruesome scene. The goats displayed strange puncture wounds on their necks, and their blood had been drained with a precision that defied explanation. Fear gnawed at his insides and he knew that this was no ordinary predator. His mind raced with tales he had heard from his ancestors, stories of a creature that haunted the countryside, a creature known as the chupacabra. The chupacabra, as the legends told, was a fearsome creature that fed on the blood of livestock, leaving a trail of drained animals in its wake. Though Carlos had heard these stories since childhood, he had always dismissed them as mere superstitions. Now, however, faced with the undeniable evidence of the chupacabra's presence, Carlos's skepticism gave way to terror. He knew he had to protect what remained of his precious goats and put an end to this menace that had descended upon his farm. Determined and armed with a flashlight, Carlos embarked on a restless vigil that stretched into the darkest hours of the night. He patrolled the perimeter of the goat enclosure, eyes peeled for any signs of movement or the eerie red glow that some claimed was the chupacabra's sinister gaze. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Carlos spotted a shadowy figure lurking at the edge of the enclosure. He reported that the creature, with mottled grey skin and sharp claws, resembled nothing he had ever seen before. Its eyes gleamed with a malevolent intelligence that sent chills down his spine. Before the farmer could approach the creature, it ran off. Since this encounter, he reported that more of his goats have been taken by the creature, and said that as of right now, he and other farmers don't know what to do about these explorations.
Mike DeGree discovers an underwater lake. An American documentary filmmaker, Mike DeGree, grew up along the Gulf of Mexico, but little did he know he would make one of the most exciting discoveries of his life in that very Gulf. When filming Blue Planet beneath the Gulf of Mexico, he found an underwater lake. In his own words, "Wait a minute, I'm already underwater. How can there be a lake?" But it was. A pool of thick, ultra-salty brine had accumulated in one area, giving the appearance of a lake beneath the waters. This dense lake is so salty, in fact 5 times more so than the surrounding area, that only microscopic life is capable of living within. The shore of this underwater lake is lined with mollusks and crustaceans. On the other side of the mussels, DeGree explains, nothing, mud, it's fantastic. Perhaps the most interesting quality of the undersea brine lake is that submarines practically bounce off it instead of moving through it due to how dense it is. DeGree explained that he and his crew tried to descend into the lake, but upon making contact, reported that the liquid was so incredibly dense that the submersible bounced off the surface. He was intrigued by this discovery and wanted to explore further, revealing that a whole new world could be beneath this dense lake. DeGree is quoted as saying the following, "Without a doubt, one of the most amazing things I've ever seen at the bottom of the ocean was while I was filming for Blue Planet. It was in the Gulf of Mexico. I noticed something out in the distance, but couldn't tell what it was. It looked like a dark band. As we approached the dark band, it became a donut. I saw this donut and it was black in the center. As we got closer and closer to it, I noticed that the black band had what looked like steam over it, but there was water flapping against the shore. This band was a ring of mussels. Inside the ring of mussels was a lake. We went over the water and tried to descend it and bounced off it. The submarine couldn't go inside. We literally bounced off it. I have never seen anything like it."
Huge lake discovered 15 kilometers under a volcano. In an international effort comprised of scientists from Bristol, Germany, France, Canada and Wales, a huge body of water has been discovered 15 kilometers under an inactive volcano in Bolivia. Like Lake Superior, the water found was mixed with partially dissolved molten rock at a staggering temperature of 1,000 degrees Celsius. Researchers part of the group who discovered the lake describe how the Bolivian Altiplano is an area rich in volcanic history spanning 10 million years. However, currently all volcanoes in the vicinity are dormant, making them safe to explore. The inquiry into what lay beneath this volcano's surface came after discovering that the Altiplano region of Peru sits above a geophysical anomaly 16 kilometers below the Earth's surface. Further analysis showed that this anomaly has a volume of approximately 1.5 million cubic kilometers and characteristics such as reduced seismic activity,
but also higher speeds and frequencies of electrical conductivity. As such, scientists were led to believe that molten rock could be a mass below the volcano. After discovering that this was indeed the case in 2016, they also think this could be a phenomenon existing under other volcanoes too. If they are right, in finding these hidden lakes, it would help further inform them of how and why volcanoes erupt. More details on this discovery reveal that the rocks found are not fully molten, but only partially, with a liquid ratio of about 10 to 20% of the whole rock. After performing intensive high pressure and temperature experiments, they then found that there must be 8 to 10% of water dissolved in the molten silica. In terms of the significance of this discovery, scientists have commented on what these findings can tell us. Molten silica can only dissolve water at very high pressures, and when these thresholds are not met, the water separates from the solution, forming bubbles. As such, they can determine that it is low pressures beneath volcanoes which cause these bubbles, which in turn can drive volcanic eruptions. From here, the international teams hope to continue their research to better understand how water pressures within silicate solutions can be examined to predict volcanic activity by analyzing triggers to these occurrences. Cosmic particles in Egypt's Bent Pyramid analyzed for clues. It seems that the vestiges of mummies and the untold riches of the rulers of ancient Egypt are not the only things lurking among the ghosts inside the Egyptian pyramids. A recent announcement made by an international team of researchers with the Heritage Innovation Preservation Institute have announced that they will be conducting analysis on cosmic particles collected inside of Bent Pyramid, one of Egypt's most famous ancient structures that was constructed around 4,600 years ago. They are hoping that this data will provide valuable information about how Bent Pyramid was built to confirm one of several theories regarding how it was ultimately erected. This study sought to measure muons, which are a type of subatomic radiographic particle that resemble a much heavier electron. Plates were placed within Bent Pyramid to collect these particles, which pass through empty space but are absorbed and deflected by harder surfaces. The muon accumulation on these plates will hopefully allow researchers to analyze the thermal anomalies that were reported within Bent Pyramid by the Scan Pyramids project earlier this year to uncover some of the enduring construction mysteries surrounding the pyramid. The Bent Pyramid, which is so named because of its unique sloping sides, is notable among Egypt's many periods, as researchers believe that it may have been one of the first attempts at constructing a smooth-sided pyramid. Constructed by Pharaoh Snefru around 2600 BC and located within the royal necropolis of Dashur, Bent Pyramid is a hallmark example of the development of early pyramids into the more elaborate and complex models of later dynasties. As a model acting as the transition between step-sided and smooth-sided pyramids, knowledge about the technicalities behind its construction can potentially shed light on both genres of pyramids. For example, some believe that ancient Egyptians tasked with making the steep, smooth sides with little to no precedent noticed that the angle made it much more unstable, subsequently reducing the angle at the top to prevent collapse and giving the structure its trademark bent appearance. It is hoped that the analysis of results provided by thermal technology, combined with muon detection, will give archaeologists and researchers clues as to how the pyramid was constructed, knowledge which will be especially impactful considering the transitional features of Bent Pyramid. Hani Halal, the vice president of the Heritage Innovation Preservation Institute, spoke about the importance of what the Scan Pyramids project could tell us, saying, "For the construction of the pyramids, there is no single theory that is 100% proven or checked. They are all theories and hypotheses. What we are trying to do with the new technology, we would like to either confirm or change or upgrade or modify the hypothesis that we have on how the pyramids were constructed." How the magnificent ancient Egyptian pyramids were constructed to such epic proportions while lacking modern tools and equipment is one of the most enduring mysteries of all time and has forced researchers to get ever more creative in their search for answers. Hopefully, the analysis of these cosmic dust particles will shed some light onto construction secrets that have been kept for thousands of years. Archaeologists in Egypt just found 2,600-year-old cheese. Do you consider yourself a cheese connoisseur, or even just a fan of the tasty dairy snack? Well, just like wine, cheese gets better with age. Aged cheese forms calcium lactate crystals, which create more complex and intricate flavors. Cheese experts will boast about the process they take to age cheese and the desirable flavors it creates. Some cheeses, like the Italian Bitto Storico, will be aged for over 18 years before consumption. However, a recent discovery by archaeologists in Egypt may put these records to shame as they uncovered a 2,600-year-old cheese. This may be a little too old for most cheese lovers' tastes, but the endurance of this particular cheese is no laughing matter. Archaeologists discovered the cheese at a site in Egypt when exploring a collection of old clay pottery artifacts. The cheese is estimated to date back to the 26th or 27th Egyptian dynasty, which is approximately somewhere between 525 and 688 BC. The cheese was also identified as halloumi. Halloumi is a type of Cypriot cheese that is made from a medley of goat, sheep, and sometimes cow's milk. It is rich in calcium and has a high melting point. It has a mellow feta-like flavor and is an excellent substitute for meat. That being said, this particular piece of halloumi cheese is best not to be tasted, as experts warned it could contain a harmful disease known as brucellosis. Brucellosis is an extremely infectious disease carried by unpasteurized dairy products and can have some nasty flu-like symptoms. The 2,600-year-old cheese was found in a clay pot that was placed as an offering to the afterlife by an old Egyptian community. The archaeologists reported finding numerous other sealed clay containers at the site, which they also hope to open and explore the contents of. Mysterious humanoids carved by Native Americans found in Alabama. Within the dark depths of an Alabama cave, an awe-inspiring discovery was made. Human-like figures were carved on the ceiling, dating back at least 1,000 years, but scientists say it could very well be more. Archaeologists think that these strange humanoid depictions could be paintings of supernatural beings from another realm. The figures may symbolize beings of the supernatural world whose names have been misplaced or forgotten by the sands of time. The humanoids are tall and long, and although some of them resemble humans, something feels off about them. Those who have seen them claim that they get a strange sensation of the uncanny valley. The discovery of these ancient cave paintings is the largest such discovery in Northern America. The Journal of Antiquity, which wrote about these findings, claims that some of these figures exceed 6 feet in length. They have square shoulders and are dressed in detailed clothing adorning some sort of headgear. Furthermore, they are painted to look right at the person observing them. Such traits make many archaeologists believe that they are indeed non-human creatures. The cave is covered with ancient glyphs carved all around its walls and ceiling. The glyphs are painted with mud, and researchers believe the findings could reveal much about the ancient traditions of the southeastern Native Americans that once lived there. Archaeologist Jan Simek has stated, "We know that Native Americans over a very wide area have certain ideas in their religious concepts that they share. They believe in a tiered universe. They believe that there were these spirit worlds all around them that permeate the natural world, even though you couldn't see them." Simek worked alongside Alvarez and Alan Kressler, two brilliant photographers. The discovery and capture of their images took many months for them to obtain. Alvarez and Alan Kressler struggled to take quality photographs of the painted ceiling because of how close it was to the ground. The angles were far from ideal. The first photographs of the glyphs taken by Alvarez were incredibly faint. It took them a long time, over a month, to gain the required footage for the task. According to Alvarez, "I feel like there are stories that get entrusted to me. That was the motivation behind doing all the work." The team gathered 16,000 images and videos in order to successfully map out the ceiling in all its glory.
Alvarez claims that they knelt and stooped for hours on end every day, greatly exerting themselves physically to complete their project. Archaeologists have deemed these figures anthropomorphs. Simek claims that they potentially embody either human-like spirits from the mystical world or could just as well be representations of people wearing masks and costumes. It depends wholly upon what tribe resided in this cave all those centuries ago, their beliefs, culture, and relationship to the spirit realm. The depicted individuals on the cave ceiling and walls likely stem from the tribe's personal traditions. As such, until we find out more information about the ancient inhabitants of this cave, we will be unable to know for certain what these humanoids are supposed to symbolize. Simek believes they clearly represent a character or a set of characters that we've never seen before. University of South Alabama's Professor of Native American Studies, Philip Carr, has praised the research despite being uninvolved in the findings. However, he does question, are these figures related to the underworld? If so, what was the relationship of the people who drew them to those beings of the underworld? It's believed that the cave was inhabited somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 years ago. Simek explains that there is a significant lack of records when it comes to that far back in time. It's clear to archaeologists that these findings connect to modern Native American communities which still adhere to their ancient traditions as much as they are able. These various beliefs and traditions are part of their cultures and heritage. The wonderful cultures of the people who drew these cave glyphs live on with their descendants. In Simek's own words, archaeology is not always about the dead. Mysterious sinkholes of Mount Baldy. The Mount Baldy, Indiana Dunes National Lakeshore is home to a rather great mystery. Whilst the public can enjoy the trails and the beachfront, this national park has seen some restrictions in somewhat recent years. The Mount Baldy Dunes closed, and have remained closed, since some unusual activities were detected. We are still no closer to figuring out precisely what was going on. Mount Baldy is home to some peculiar sinkholes that seemingly appear and disappear, though we have no idea why. When geologist Erin Arguland first began to study this in 2013, she described it as what happens to be a new geological phenomenon. Of course, Arguland was not the only expert to search for answers out in these dunes. For months, plenty of experts took to the sands, searching for clues and hints. The holes that were forming typically measured to approximately a foot in diameter and last only a single day. Their fleeting, temporary nature was thanks to them refilling with sand, naturally within a day's time. It's unclear just how dangerous the holes in these dunes may be to visitors, and so the areas are restricted in the interest of public safety. Those who were researching, experts and investigators, took many efforts and approaches with ground-penetrating radar, specialized GPS devices, and other similar tools being employed to look beneath the surface and try to find the answers to what is going on. Unfortunately, it took tragedy to strike for this geological mystery to be uncovered. Arguland was in Mount Baldy roughly midway through the July of 2013, carrying out unrelated research at the base of the dunes, when she heard frantic screams. A couple, understandably highly distressed, were pointing at the ground, saying their young 6-year-old son had been swallowed by the dunes. The rescue crews were able to get to the site, though the young boy was buried for 3 hours under 11 feet of sediment. The boy, Nathan Wosner, was in a coma but ultimately survived. Not only was this event highly traumatic for those involved, but it did not make much scientific geological sense. There should, in theory, be no holes within sand dunes, as the sand leaves no space for air. By that understanding, this event should not have been able to happen. Arguland said, "I couldn't help in the moment, so now I have to do what I can to learn why this is happening. Though the dunes still remain closed to the public, we are still not sure why and how these holes are appearing." One theory suggests that the holes are a result of decaying trees. The human activity and subsequent erosion is then pushing trees into the dunes, where they are buried, begin to rot, and then create the holes. This is still just a theory, however. The reports and questions surrounding the sinkholes first came in at a time when no other national parks were reporting similar scenarios. Even the term sinkhole is misleading, as it is certainly distinct from those we see more commonly. This might be a question that we never quite know the answer to, as we never quite uncover the truth behind this sinkhole phenomena. Ocean forests found twice the size of India. We are all familiar with the treetop canopies up above the surface, but what you might be less aware of are the underwater forest worlds, some of which are truly thriving. When we look below the surface, we see a great stretch of forests, made of vast depths of kelp and seaweed. More recently, we have uncovered that these underwater wonderlands are much bigger and span far further than we ever realized. Few of these underwater forests even have names. These wonderful forests have created beautiful homes for marine life, helping to protect many species lying under the sea. One of these underwater forests is the Great African Sea Forest, which sits just off the southern coastline of Africa, and another is the Great Southern Reef, following the south of Australia. These are just a couple of the sea forests which we have named, but so many more stretch beneath the surface of the oceans. It is this new research that has shed a light on just how impressive these kelp and seaweed worlds are, even revealing some are more than twice the size of India. However, these underwater sea forests do indeed have something in common with those up on the surface. They too are struggling as a result of climate change and marine heat waves. Unlocking the knowledge of more plants that could quickly grow and store carbon could be a huge way to help combat the climate crisis. They are formed mostly of seaweeds, which are one type of algae. Just like the plants up on the surface, they grow through photosynthesis, converting the sunlight into energy whilst also taking in and storing some carbon dioxide. As far as we are aware, seaweed is one of the fastest growing plants on the planet. However, we are not able to measure these spaces with satellites thanks to the depths that these forests reach down to. Instead, research primarily uses underwater records spanning scientific journals, reports, and other literature. Even without easy access to global records, we are still able to develop our understanding of these areas and the good they are doing for our planet. X-rays coming from Pluto. In school, everyone learned about the planets in our solar system, and though many people probably cannot recite them all by heart, they likely remember most of them. While Pluto is no longer considered a planet, there are still plenty of discoveries to be made. In fact, a team of researchers discovered that there are X-rays coming from Pluto. Carroll A, the leader of the study that discovered the X-ray emission, said, "We've just detected for the first time X-rays coming from an object in our Kuiper belt and learned that Pluto is interacting with the solar wind in an unexpected and energetic fashion." The team used data compiled by NASA's Chandra X-ray Observatory. The observatory pointed at Pluto 4 times from February 2014 to August 2015 and detected low-energy photons of X-ray light. One question might be, could not Pluto's atmosphere simply be reflecting X-rays from the Sun? However, that is not the case. If these X-rays were bouncing off Pluto from the Sun, they would have a temperature of 7 million Kelvin, but they do not. More likely, the X-rays are a result of the way in which Pluto's atmosphere is interacting with solar winds. As the solar wind passes Pluto's atmosphere, Pluto's oxygen, carbon, and nitrogen could be interacting with some of the solar wind's photons, leading to the perceived X-ray emissions. This explanation is interesting for a few reasons. First, this discovery could change the way that scientists look at X-ray emissions in space. Chandra's findings support a new perspective on and explanation for celestial X-ray emissions that could possibly explain the presence of X-rays throughout our universe. Secondly, if the X-ray emissions are being caused by the interaction of the solar wind and particles from Pluto's atmosphere, its atmosphere could be deteriorating. Theoretically, as the solar wind pulls more and more particles from Pluto's atmosphere, it could be eating and wearing away at it. Although the true cause of the X-ray emissions may still be unknown,
Further research into Pluto and its surrounding atmosphere will tell us more. Such a discovery reminds us that if we look hard enough, every celestial body, whether they are a planet or not, can tell us about our universe. Hopefully this discovery and other ones like it will encourage scientists to keep their eye on Pluto and the rest of the Kuiper Belt.
In the vast expanse of the ocean, a hidden world lay beneath the depths, a realm largely unexplored and shrouded in mystery. It was here, in the remote waters of the Pacific, that a remarkable discovery was made, thanks to the keen eyes of a curious observer using Google Earth. An amateur explorer with an insatiable curiosity for the unknown found himself engrossed in the satellite imagery of Google Earth. He spent countless hours navigating the virtual globe, seeking hidden treasures and anomalies that would ignite his sense of wonder. As he pored over the imagery of the Pacific Ocean, his gaze fixated on a remote section, far from any human settlement. An enormous object caught his attention. He described it as a massive structure nestled on the ocean floor, its size and shape defying explanation. Intrigued, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had stumbled upon something truly significant. He decided to share it on social media so others could look at it. Driven by his curiosity, he wanted to know what this strange object was and how it was able to change direction on the ocean floor. According to him, the object that can be seen at the end of the trail looks to be in the shape of a pyramid. He said that the mysterious structure doesn't match anything else in the area and wanted to post it online so that others could put forward their own theories for what they thought it could be. The user who found it said that the possibilities seemed endless, suggesting that it could have been an ancient temple, an underwater city, or evidence of an advanced civilization predating recorded history. As of right now, he's said that it's important to note that pyramids have been uncovered all over the world and caused him to suggest that there could be pyramids submerged at the bottom of the ocean. The scale of discoveries made in recent years by scientists has completely transformed the way we view our oceans, so we should remain receptive to the potential of marine exploration. In the watery depths, entire civilizations have been lost over time, leaving behind awe-inspiring constructions on par with cutting-edge modern engineering. Denying the accomplishments of past generations is unfair, and until we have explored all the uncharted ocean territories, it is quite feasible that large structures could be lurking beneath the waves. As noted, it is intriguing to see what appears to be a large object at the end of what appears to be an artificial track. It is noteworthy that those who have viewed the images have observed that the areas surrounding the structure appear to be blurred, indicating that an organization may have intentionally done this to obscure details about it. It is widely known that certain organizations alter photographs prior to their public release. It has been acknowledged that specific regions on Google Earth have been obscured due to security concerns. Certain locations may not be visible to the public eye, as they are restricted areas that authorities have deemed off-limits. Consequently, these areas are obscured with intentional blurring or black boxes to prevent any further disclosure of details. This may refer to sites that are restricted from public access, such as government establishments. The query that arises is what the intention is behind obscuring something in the ocean, and why numerous uncanny objects feature blurred markings. As of right now, various theories have been put forward to explain what these objects are, including artificial structures, monuments that have been lost to the waves, and giant pyramids. There's countless interesting ocean discoveries that are being made each year, and one of these are underwater supervolcanoes. An underwater supervolcano is an awe-inspiring force of nature, capable of unleashing immense power and causing widespread devastation. While the eruption of a supervolcano on land is well documented and understood, the eruption of such a volcano beneath the ocean's surface presents its own unique set of challenges and potential consequences. Imagining the scenario of an underwater supervolcano eruption allows us to explore the potential impacts on the marine environment and human populations. Firstly, an underwater supervolcano eruption would release an enormous amount of magma, gases, and volcanic ash into the surrounding water column. The sudden discharge of molten rock and gases would generate intense heat, leading to the formation of superheated plumes and steam explosions. These powerful eruptions would create a turbulent and hazardous environment for marine life. The immediate impact on marine ecosystems would be devastating. The release of volcanic ash and gases, such as sulfur dioxide, would lead to acidification of the surrounding waters. This change in pH levels would have profound effects on the delicate balance of marine organisms, particularly those with calcareous shells or skeletons, such as corals and shellfish. The acidification would disrupt their ability to build and maintain their protective structures, leading to widespread mortality and ecological imbalance. Furthermore, the rapid injection of volcanic material into the ocean would cause a sudden increase in water temperature. This rise in temperature would create thermal stress, potentially causing mass bleaching of coral reefs and the death of other sensitive marine organisms. The subsequent decline in biodiversity could have cascading effects throughout the food chain, impacting the abundance and distribution of marine species. The eruption of an underwater supervolcano would also release large quantities of volcanic ash into the atmosphere. Unlike ash from land-based eruptions, which can settle relatively close to the source, ash from underwater eruptions would disperse over vast distances, carried by ocean currents and atmospheric winds. This ash can pose a significant threat to human health, as fine particulate matter can cause respiratory problems, visibility issues, and potential air traffic disruptions. In addition to the immediate effects on marine ecosystems and human health, an underwater supervolcano eruption would have broader environmental consequences. The release of gases, including sulfur dioxide, into the atmosphere would lead to the formation of aerosols and sulfuric acid clouds. These clouds would reflect sunlight back into space, resulting in a temporary cooling effect on the Earth's surface. This phenomenon, known as volcanic winter, can lead to a decrease in global temperatures and altered weather patterns. The long-term effects of an underwater supervolcano eruption on climate would depend on the scale and duration of the eruption. Large-scale eruptions have the potential to inject significant amounts of sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere, which can persist for months or even years. The resulting cooling effect could disrupt agricultural practices, leading to crop failures and food shortages. Changes in precipitation patterns could also impact water resources and alter the distribution of ecosystems worldwide. Societal impacts would be significant in the aftermath of an underwater supervolcano eruption. Coastal communities located near the eruption site would face immediate dangers, including tsunamis generated by the displacement of water and potential pyroclastic flows. The destruction of marine habitats and fisheries could have severe economic consequences for communities dependent on ocean resources. International cooperation and preparedness would be essential to mitigate the impacts of an underwater supervolcano eruption. Monitoring systems capable of detecting precursory signs of volcanic activity would be critical for issuing timely warnings and evacuating vulnerable populations. Collaborative efforts in disaster response, scientific research, and the development of resilient strategies would be crucial to address the complex challenges posed by such an event. The ocean, covering approximately 71% of the Earth's surface, is a vast and mysterious realm that holds countless wonders waiting to be discovered. Despite centuries of exploration and scientific advancements, much of the ocean remains unexplored, hiding secrets and surprises in its depths. Understanding the extent of unexplored areas is a complex task, but current knowledge and ongoing research suggest that a significant portion of the ocean remains unknown to us. One of the key factors contributing to the ocean's unexplored nature is its immense size. The ocean encompasses 5 major basins: the Atlantic, Pacific, Indian, Southern, and Arctic Oceans. Each of these basins is vast, with depths ranging from a few meters in coastal areas to several kilometers in the open ocean. The combined area of these basins, including their numerous underwater mountain ranges, trenches, and abyssal plains, presents an enormous challenge for comprehensive exploration. Furthermore, the ocean's extreme depths pose significant technological and logistical hurdles. The pressure and darkness in the deep sea demand specialized equipment and vehicles capable of withstanding tremendous pressures and providing adequate lighting for observation. Deep-sea exploration requires submersibles, remotely operated vehicles, and autonomous underwater vehicles to access and study the abyssal depths, where conditions are harsh and environments are largely unexplored. To date, the majority of human exploration has focused on the relatively shallow coastal areas and continental shelves. These regions are more accessible and provide valuable resources for human populations, such as fisheries and mineral deposits. However, as the depth increases beyond the continental shelves into the abyssal plains and trenches, the challenges multiply, and our knowledge becomes progressively limited. The Mariana Trench, located in the western Pacific Ocean, is a prime example of an unexplored region. It is the deepest part of the world's oceans, reaching depths of over 10,900 meters, or 35,800 feet. In addition to depth, the ocean's vastness and remoteness further contribute to its unexplored nature. Large areas, such as the Southern Ocean surrounding Antarctica, remain largely inaccessible due to extreme weather conditions, sea ice, and isolation. These regions present formidable challenges to researchers and limit opportunities for extensive exploration. Advancements in technology have allowed scientists to explore the ocean more extensively in recent years. Sophisticated sonar systems, satellite imaging, and improved underwater robotics have enhanced our ability to map the seafloor and gather data remotely. However, these technologies are limited in their capacity to provide detailed information about specific habitats, ecosystems, and the myriad species that inhabit them.